Up. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff is big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Say Bill hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice benders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rapper try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up they style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? Yeah, yes man, agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance, inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out. The God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer. That's who it is. The God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer. What up? Hit like when you roll in the building. Let's have us another good show. I was up late night till like 6 in the morning. Woke up about 11, handled some business. Now we right back on it. So yo, let's listen to this tune and let's get poppin'.
I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revoke shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare for your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed going in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up. Machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back. She fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car. Or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns. Banana clips and cannabis. And bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie. In an abyss, he ain't rapping due to libations. He just channeling this.
Hands down. You ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be hoe tapping axe to Rick Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South. We're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish?
Black people,
hands down.
Ready to
Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
That's clapping, DJ to right.
Black people, are you ready to
Yeah, that's slap right there. What's up, though? How's everyone going on today? Got me a little bit of rest. Trying to get my stream back up. Hey, Asar MK. Oh my gosh. I gotta show you something in particular. You might not have seen the show last night. We're gonna do a recap. Because Asar Imhotep bust a little blank shot. Talk about blackness and death. And I'm not really mad at him though. You know what I'm saying? But because he ain't all the way off, he just got to understand that he should read my work. But as I explained, we got to understand the multiplicity of concepts that stay behind one statement in ancient Egyptian grammar and wordplay. You got something good for me, American Dream? You might could do your presentation. You might get 5 whole minutes of mute and just let American Dream talk. Shout out to you. What's up, bro? Now, this right here, yeah, he made this mistake, MK. So he tried to fire. So we're going to just watch how we... Now, I also got a segment that I'm talking about how metaphorically, as black people, we take on, see, deification is part of our process. But in this current state that we in America, we don't all the way allow deification of our ancestors. But just think about Tupac. He's in the process, along the process of being venerated, so one day he might be remembered as a character, a mythological character of what you call it. Shout out. All right, yeah, I'm about to have to do a online book signing, something. I have to figure out how to be the first person to do that. I'm gonna have a box of books right next to me, and when somebody cop one, I'm gonna sign it right on the screen on the YouTube, put it in the envelope like that. Yeah, that's an online book signing. So right here, this got kind of crazy.
In many different stories, you know, patched him up, and he arose and became Lord of the Duat and became the judge of the dead. Like everything associated with Osiris in this context has to deal with death, judgment, resurrection, death, and the like.
Now, again, that's just the misunderstanding and the makeup part. That is, you know how they got levels to stuff? And if you can only understand it as death, you just only gonna be on that level. But as I tried to touch on a little bit last night, when I asked the question, what was more important to the ancient Egyptian? The now life or the life after now? The afterlife. And a lot of us would possibly propose that the afterlife was more important to the ancient Egyptian. Well, then this concept of death that we have is not really death. Oh, if you ain't seen me last night, the sheriff, I'm about to recap this right now because it was hella grave mistakes he made, but this was the worst of all.
Because not only do this reveal that the stuff that you say about methodology and all that, that's all cap. We can all see it's all cap right here. But now I make mistakes too. Don't get it twisted. And in all humility, I'm just going to give him some credit. Like this could just be one of those I deal with too much information mistakes. Watch this.
And so this is why you see these people in this form. These are only presented when the person has died. So this is Queen Mose Nefertari.
Man, hold on. Everything he's saying is just so crazy. I don't know why he calling her Queen Amose, because he don't never read the glyphs. He don't never read the glyphs. It just say Ames, but I ain't tripping off that. They call her Amos. Fine. What he's saying is people only appear with this black skin when they dead. You can find a lot of Egyptological sources to back that up, but what you ain't gonna find is no primary sources that back that up. All the primary sources contradict that, as I've shown, but let's listen.
And for some reason, there's a lot of folks who, when they want to try to prove that the ancient Egyptians were black, quote unquote, they want to prop up this image here. But this is not a good representation. This is symbolic of her state, you know, even of her double on the other side. She's deceased in Osiris form here, because when she's depicted living, this is her regular representation here. Look like a mixed breed, light skin woman.
Oh, why you do that
here? Right. So
he
this is the
same
Queen Nefertari.
What did he? So he made the worst mistake. Everything you just said right there was just, God, you shouldn't even be able to make that mistake. Let's listen to him again, y'all. And all his confidence in discrediting blackness.
Became the judge of the dead. Like everything associated with Osiris in this context has to deal with death, judgment, resurrection, death, and the like. And so this is why you see these people in this form. These are only presented when the person has died. So this is Queen Mose Nefertari. And for some reason, there's a lot of folks who, when they want to try to prove that the ancient Egyptians were black, quote unquote, they want to prop up this image here. But this is not a good representation. This is symbolic of her state, you know, even of her double on the other side. She's deceased in Osiris form here, because when she's depicted living, this is her regular representation here. Look like a mixed breed, light skin woman.
Wow.
Here. Right. So this is
So let's stop it right there. He's so wrong here. His slide even tells you this. And I showed this last night. Ladies and gentlemen, the mistake that we should not be able to make at this level of this scholarship is confusing two different gosh darn queens, yo. Like, that's just horrible. I mean, I don't even think you're going to be able to bounce back. You just got to say I made a mistake. Look at the bottom of the screen. It says the Egyptian Pharaoh Ramses II. I'm going to bring this here for y'all. Now, I'm going to just tell y'all something to never make this mistake again. Yeah, that's Nefertari Merimut. Sadiq, he confused Nefertari Merimut with Amos Nefertari and then put it together and told the people that Ramses' wife was a good reason to not believe that Amos Nefertari was black. Now let's look at, you see it say Ramses II? I want everybody to see this. I'm going to click Ramses II and simply scroll down to consorts. What does this say? Nefertari. Nefertari. Let me click it. Man, this is Nefertari Merimut. Look, Merimut. That's her. That's Ramses II wife. Now here's the trick to understand if you ever don't want to mess this up. Amos Nefertari got the same name as her husband. That's how you never mess that up. Amos, the first. Let's go see who his wife was. Amos Nefertari. Another person. A complete different. That's what I'm trying to say. So you trying to tell me you did this, yo, in refuting blackness? Make that mistake refuting something else and we'll be with you. Like, y'all clean that up real quick, family. Just go tell the people you was tripping. Now, if you can read the Medu Neter, you come up here, you're going to see Ames. You see Ames? Nefer, and this Nefer is written different because it got a red circle at the bottom, so it's kind of hard for us to see. Hari. Ames Nefertari. God. And you sitting there shooting blanks at the blackness? Let's listen to this again now.
Because when she's depicted living, this is her regular representation here. The Queen Moses and these people representation, and for some death in the light. And so this is why you see these people in this form. These are only presented when the person has died. So this is Queen Mose Nefertari. And for some reason,
now I'm about to
there's
box
a lot
him
of
up on that
folks
too.
who, when they want to try,
he says this is only presented when the people has died. Yeah, that is unacceptable to share, but let's check it out.
to prove that the ancient Egyptians were black, quote unquote, they want to prop up this image here. But this is not a good representation. This is symbolic of her state, you know, even of her double on the other side. She's deceased in Osiris form here, because when she's depicted living, this is her regular representation here. Look like a mixed breed, light-skinned woman here, right? So this is the same.
So he actually got two different women on here telling you it's the same person in order to disprove the blackness of the former.
Queen Nefertari, right? So she can't simultaneously be looking like a mixed high yellow woman and then a super pitch black woman at the same time.
That let me know more he don't know this scholarship. Look, I'm about to kill this right here. I'm about to kill this right here. Yes, thank you. Hold on. I'm about to kill this right here. Let me get. Shout out to the chat. We'll see what dude's showing. Shout out to the chat. UKA, what's up? Look at this. This what side 12 wants y'all to see. Now that's what I was about to say. See, when you know these representations, you're gonna know them right. She got a gold. Now I'll show y'all where to learn them all. And it's also sourced in my book. This is a golden representation. All right, a golden representation. She got a lapis lazuli representation. But see, now, so the closest thing they could get, and that's her husband. I mean, that's her Amenhotep the first. Hold on, I gotta take this call. That's her son. Just 1 second. Y'all see that? I'm gonna have to open up the chat today while I run for a minute, but let's get back to where we was at. So now that's a cool source, but I'll give you a better one for that. And we could put up every one of her. We got every one of her representations. And the only one now, but I want to discredit something else. Let's go to the Oxford handbook. No, I don't got to go there. I got the slide open somewhere. First of all, let me close all these screens, man. That'd be throwing me off. Go to get it open right here, Canva. All right. Gonna get it. Now, let's listen. I'll pull this over here so we can listen. And then I want to show you the sources that just instantly discredit the stuff. I guess bro just start firing. I should just send him a copy of my work because he started firing without even knowing what was going on.
Right. So these are the ideas that are associated for those who are familiar with Osiris, who of course was who was killed by his brother Set, and then his wife Isis, in many different stories, patched him up, and he arose and became Lord of the Duat and became the judge of the dead. Like everything associated with Osiris in this context has to deal with death, judgment, resurrection, death, and the like. And so this is why you see these people in this form. These are only presented when the person has died. So this is Queen Mose Nefertari. And for some reason,
y'all want me to disprove that right now? Let's go and disprove it. Golly, I mean, I had the presentation before. Like when you got the counter strike before the strike, you know you in there. This whole presentation knocked down everything he's saying. So see, he ain't did no thorough research on this. Not only is Osiris black, his whole family is black. And the other ones never died. You got to understand. The only Neteru that died was Osiris. Those are oh my God. Oh my God. Sot 12 is sitting here wanting you to think that those gold representations of Amos Nefertari is representations of them in some light skin. Like you be on some bozo shit. Watch this. Dang. I hate when cats get so trying to prove they shit that they play themselves. Now, I wouldn't be saying nothing that I can't source out on this battlefield and just shut people up real quick. So I'm going to the source of the damn gold representation. He wants you to think that ain't a gold representation. Like, look at them, they're painted yellow. God, I mean, how easy is this to do? So here it is from a qualified source. Stop all that quick wiki shit you doing. You feel me? Now, is y'all seeing it? Let me see if y'all seeing it. So now let me put the words up so you can know that this is a golden representation. If you can't see that, then you just dazzle. All right? And you see, and other things that you see is what? Hold on. No, you showed me another one, but this is one similar to it. All right, so let me show you something. I want you to just see, because we got every single representation of hers. All right, so hold up. I'm gonna let the page do it. So this is TT2 I'm looking for. Gold and yellow or bronze. All right, now let's see. Just got to do this research. TT2. See if we can find it. So we're looking at these tombs to find this golden representation to see if they say she is represented how she's supposed to be represented, or if it's a golden representation. See, you've never seen the whole shit, bro. Don't play yourself. Golly. Look at this, y'all. Y'all see this golden room where everything is just gold but the face of the Netra sarcophagus? And a brother is putting that up there for y'all to think that got something to do with. I'm going to just show you it so we can pinpoint it and have you like, don't do that no more. So like, that's like us seeing everything written in black in the room and then seeing the people black and saying, look, here go a black representation. But you ain't never seen this part because you used to quick wiki Googling. Straight up, family, else I wouldn't be able to just show you this. Like I said, that's a golden representation. You like, come on, bro. And I'm like, look, now you can see everything in here gold. But if you want to see the exact one, just some time, bro. And they're going to tell you, like, tripping you. So that's coming from TT2 if you want to look that up. Look. It was symbolism of gold. Oh my God, man. I don't have to do this to everybody. Oh, I tried to tell you. But see, they always getting at me crazy. Like I just be saying shit. What do it say right here? It was the symbolism of gold. Hold on, I want to show you the one. See, look, they all like this, family. And you gonna take this to act like that's a light-skinned person? Golly. They'll try anything they want to try. Man, I ain't got no more for you, Stock 12. I learned something about certain people in debate. When they lose a point hardly, you do good because you pivoting off of your initial point. Now you saying that you want to make a point that no queens has ever shown in gold. Man, I'll show you another one right now. Will you shut up? That's in my presentation. Will you stop your irrelevant typing if I show you another one right now, which I'm prepared to do in a matter of seconds? See how long it takes. Close the screen. Go over here. See, no other queens depicted in gold. Watch them say she's not a queen, she's a princess. That's the only thing you about to say when I show you Set Amen. All right, let me show you Set Amen. No other queens are depicted in gold. Man, lay it down, bro. Hold on. Talking about this real representation right here. Let me show you. Set Amen. All right. T-A-M-U-N, the woman of Amen. No other queens depicted in gold. No other queens depicted in gold. Other queens depicted in gold. How can I just be doing this off the top of the head? Hey, we need next. Who got next? Side 12 just got ran up off the court in the first 15 minutes. Who got next? Somebody else step up. Go get Ankh Egyptologist. Somebody go get Ankh Egyptologist.
There's a lot of folks who, when they want to try to prove that the ancient Egyptians were black, quote unquote, they want to prop up this image here. But this is not a good representation. This is symbolic of her state, you know, even of her double on the other side. She's deceased.
All right, let's stop. Let's go back to the presentation that lay them all down. Where'd it go? I gotta open it back up. So she deceased, right? So she black. Almost every slide in here make you look crazy. Let me ask you a question about this. Let's go back to the beginning. Now, the claim is that it's Osirian symbolism to be painted black, and I don't totally disagree. But the reason why is what I disagree about. They're saying the reason why is because you dead. Remember that. Not because you're a natural or not because you're anything. Because you dead. Right? So let's go over. The black one, Osiris Men. Well, why is Isis black? Now here's a conundrum that I'm about to put my brother Asar in. I love playing chess, and when we look at the board, I can say, you know, if you move here, right, this about to happen. And you know, if you move there, this about to happen. Here we have in the word bush, Aset, in the glyphs, with everything required to dismantle everything y'all ever said. Is right here on the screen. Now, here, listen to the conundrum as I illustrate this. So, I hope I do this good. Aset, right, is the first term we see here, set. We see set. Now, Sati is also a woman. So let's look at both of these, the way this could work, and it's a conundrum for them. If this is not Aset and it's just a woman, Sati, well, we got Kemet in the feminine after it with the hair glyph, letting us know that they want us to focus on the color. This would be a black woman. But since the sources literally say that Aset Isis the black woman, Von Isis as the black woman, of Isis as the black woman, Von Isis als Schwarzer Frau, they saying that this is Isis as a black woman. But the person who wants to say that this doesn't mean that, they'll have to say that this is a woman of Kemet. If they do that, they made a grave mistake. Because this is Kemet, but this is Kemet with a hair glyph. See that hair glyph? So if this isn't Aset the black woman, then we got Kemet with the damn hair glyph to let you know they want us. Man, let me turn on my sound effects. We're going to step it up. Get back into the streaming vibe. Let me see. Somebody thought these gold representations should be looked at as how they look. Even though their clothes is gold, everything. Man, people crazy. All right. So if Isis is black, she never died. Show me the story where Isis died so that she should turn black. What's this? Oh, my daughter must have been making it. Oh yeah, last time I tried to load my show sounds, it wasn't even load. That's kind of different. Let's see show sound. Yeah, loading project failed. All right, I'm gonna give me some show sounds in here again. I don't know why that happened. It happens. All right, nothing working. Forget it. I'll get my Biz Markie sound effects. So, can y'all please tell me this? When did Aset die so that she would become black? The quick answer is she never died. And we got sources to say not only did it have nothing to do with black, we're going to look at the primary. It says she was born black. Born black. So, again, there go your conundrum. If this isn't Isis the black, this is if you want to say this is a woman of Kemet, you still see this black coming. This would be the black, the woman. This is a black woman. Ain't no way around it. But they talking about Aset. So if that stands to reason that Osiris was black for other reasons than being dead, and his wife was black, what would they produce? Would they produce a black son? Well, let's see. First, here's Plutarch in Isis and Osiris. On page 451 of this document that I pulled this out of, which is the publication of the Egyptian Research Account, so you can know whose translations I'm using. Page 451 cites Dauma's reading at Dendera. Daud was reading the Dendera text that reads, Aset, was born a black and ruddy woman endowed with life, sweet of love. See, is that blackology? Is this forcing it? Is this not looking at it in the Greek to see what the Greeks say? We'll go look at this primary to see if it actually says she's born that way. All right. So if they would produce a black son, as we see here in the New Kingdom Magical Papyri, Scorpion Magical Papyri, Chester Beatty, the cause to be black like Horus or red like Seth. The point is not who's being caused to be black. We are trying to see that they compare blackness to Heru. Black like Heru. Is Heru black because he got beat black and blue? Someone really was like, it has to do with getting beat black and blue. The cause to be black like Heru or red like Sutek. So Heru was black, Aset was black, and Osiris was black. Yet of the three, only one of them died. So how does black have to do with death? Not a good answer. Even in your class, would you accept that if you knew all of these other gods that were black that didn't die? Now, let's go back to him saying that this wasn't a good example when black people try to use this to say that this was our skin color. If you go to the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia, you'll read another example sometimes cited is the appearance of Amenhotep I, Queen Mother Amos Nefertari, who is consistently shown with black complexion, contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this other than her actual appearance, there is one case where she is shown directly opposite Amenhotep in a manner which leaves no doubt that this was actually her appearance. Damn, y'all be getting fried. Wouldn't you hate to be on the other side of this stage if you thought you was debating this? That's why they all fell back. All fell back. They all fell back. They got spooked. Now, am I misreading this? Like they're going to say, he just read it. That's just the way he read it. Why don't you read this for your own eyes as I read it with you? Another example sometimes cited is the appearance of Amenhotep I, Queen Mother Amos Nefertari, who is consistently shown with a black complexion, contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this, other than her actual appearance, there is one case where she is shown directly opposite Amenhotep in a manner that leaves no doubt that this was actually her appearance. This was actually her appearance. I'm going to make that bigger. This was actually her appearance. But let's listen back to what the teacher's teaching on YouTube. Let's listen back after reading what the encyclopedia says.
In Osiris form here, because when she's these people in this form rose and became Lord of the Duat and became the judge of the dead. Like everything associated with Osiris in this context has to deal with death, judgment, resurrection, death, and the like. And so this is why you see these people in this form. These are only presented when the person has died. So this is Queen Mose Nefertari. And for some reason, there's a lot of folks who, when they want to try to prove that the ancient Egyptians were black, quote unquote, they want to prop up this image here. But this is not a good representation. This is symbolic of her state, you know, even of her double on the other side. She's deceased in Osiris form here, because when she's depicted living, this is her regular representation here. Look like a mixed breed, light-skinned woman here, right? So this is the same Queen Nefertari, right? Wow. So she can't simultaneously be looking like a mixed high yellow woman and then a super pitch black woman at the same time.
Wow.
That just doesn't make any sense.
Now he gonna keep on continuing messing that up, but I'm gonna show you it does make a lot of sense. Even though I won't act like he's not on to something, he's just concluding the wrong things. So hold up. Somebody asked the question, what degrees do you have on ancient Egypt? I don't got no degrees. But if you would let somebody who give out degrees look over my work, they probably just give me an honorary degree. I mean, you know, I hope humbly that I could be, of anybody of the people who should be able to deserve one, people who are, you know, doing that research. I think if it was 1,000 people in America, I probably would be number 999. Shit, like you can't act like you could just ask silly questions to discredit this shit. You got to remember, I got a full-fledged career. All these other people on YouTube don't got no careers. And they are acting like this is their career. I literally heard Bobby Banger say when he started his career. What career? When you started your career at talking this shit on YouTube? So the thing I'm saying is I already am in my field qualified, right? That's kind of like, I mean, but at the same time, if I would, I just submitted to go to school because I wanted to entertain everything y'all was saying. But to keep it the truth, and then I got accepted, and I didn't go. I said, you know what, I'm not really doing that for me. And it was gonna be tedious, and I wasn't gonna really, I was gonna be taking on the workload just to prove something to some other people. But you can take the knowledge and the information and vet it for yourself. So I always stand on sources. So why do I have to go to get something fact checked that's right here in the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia? You see what I'm saying? Nothing I'm showing you is on my, oh, somebody said something about blue eyes. That's what they said. So I just want to just show you this and then we don't have to even go there. They said, why do all the ancient Egyptian statues, which is completely incorrect, have blue eyes? Some people must think that blue eyes is a trait reserved to white people. You see all these different black people with blue eyes? Let's look at them in particular. So it's more common amongst that trait. And I'm not saying that, but blue eyes just show you blue eyes. But what you said about all the statues have blue eyes is completely incorrect. That's not based on nothing. I don't even got nothing to argue back. Right, Sot 12, go post on the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia's YouTube page. You feel me? I don't got no questions to answer. I'm reading you the source. Look, another example sometimes cited is the appearance of a... Can you comprehend my words coming out of my mouth that are written in this book? Golly. Like, I don't get this. This is a 1,000-page book, the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia. Another example sometimes cited in the appearance is the appearance of Amenhotep I's queen mother, Amos Nefertari, who's consistently shown with a black complexion, contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this others than her actual appearance, there is one case where she is shown directly opposite Amenhotep in a manner which leaves no doubt that this was her actual appearance. All right, I'm going to open up the chat so I can get ready to roll out so we can keep this stream popping. Open up a Zoom. Somebody really looked at one of these golden representations, y'all, and wanted y'all to think that was how they looked in real life. So there's more than just black symbolism. I'll do my next book on red symbolism. Nah, no, I won't. I want to say nothing I ain't really. So we're inviting anyone into the chat to help keep the show going and to contribute your knowledge and information. No, not anyone though. I ain't letting suckers on my show no more. But it don't matter if you got contention. If you just on YouTube slandering people with no way to refute them, I don't fuck with you. Sorry, I'm caught in the building. Sorry, MK. Why did he do that, bro? Why he fall off like that with that Nefertari thing, bro?
I can't believe he did that to himself. I told you he can't read the goddamn glyphs. I knew something was funny when because I seen them, right? He had gave Saber a crazy look. He was mad at him at the time. I talked to him. I said, "Sir," I said, "That's your elder brother. You were trying to come with a new concept that usurps everything that they talking about, and you haven't released the book or anything yet." I said, "Give him a break and come on over." And we went over, and they disappeared till we got to the African section of the museum.
Hold on, let me diss Sot 12 real quick. Oxford is wrong. You almost need to get shot, man. Don't lose your rinse. Bang better than that.
That's what I'm talking about right there, Smash. How can Oxford be wrong? These dudes have lost their mind, man.
Yeah, what's up, family?
They bumped their head, man.
Kevin said enough.
Now, just because the dictionary on our side now, just because the encyclopedia is on our side, now they're going to say those is wrong.
This is enough to beat everything they're talking about.
Exactly.
This one book is enough.
I cut you off, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, though, fam.
Me neither.
Nah,
so you go ahead, man.
Karen was going in.
Yeah.
So let's do this. I'm going to do this for my brother Sat because I love my brother Sat 12. Can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, let me get that right. Because you can't say encyclopedia is wrong and be a representative. Yeah. Now let me, before that, look. She's shown one time in that gold. Find her another time in the gold. And the one time she showed in the gold is TT2. I gave it to you. I gave you all the homework. Now you go use your chat GPT, Sot 12, and find her in gold in another representation. Now, while our brother breaks down his knowledge, we see that information. What are we looking at here?
Okay, so let's go to this far corner. Let me move this out the way real quick. This is the book of coming forth by day. Y'all see that in the audience? I'm gonna blow it up a little more. And I'm gonna zoom over to it. The chapter of performing the transformation into a hawk of gold. Why are we turning gold? Why is there gold rooms? Chancellor-in-Chief, new triumphant, says, I have risen like the mighty hawk of gold that come forth from his egg. I fly and I alight like the hawk, which have a back 4 cubits wide, and the wings of which are like unto the mother of emerald of the south. Why is he transforming into a hawk of gold? I told you, You know what the transformations are. Why do you think they painted themselves gold with real gold, electrum, in those rooms? Why is this text in those rooms?
Exactly. It was right next to it.
Why you don't know that, brother?
So, so you know what he's doing? He just he's doing good. I'm mad. Like, this a good bang.
That ain't good, Smash.
No,
peace, everybody.
Yeah, it ain't good, but I'm trying to give you some type of credit. What's up,
peace,
James?
man.
I'm about to make you the host real quick because I gotta go pick up my people. Hold on.
Word.
Let me see. But no, I'm saying he's doing good. I'm not mad at Side 12. But you gotta, when you see information. So this is what he just said. I just said that she only got one gold representation. And guess what his response was? You wrong. She got 2. See, this is the type of stuff I'm saying. Out of all she got like 100 and something, over 50 in other people tombs representations with the black skin. And you can't even find 3 in the normal hue. You find them in a gold color. He's reading to you the text on why they show him the gold, and then you trying to say, no, she don't got 1, she got 2. Well, it takes 3 to form a pattern, bro. Can't form a pattern out of 2. But what's up with you, whoever was speaking? Go ahead.
Brother Cam, go ahead, fam. I ain't tripping.
No. Yeah, I'm good, man. Y'all make y'all points, man. I'm just following behind y'all. It's just a bunch of foolishness. You know, we got to stop all this nonsense of tearing down people because they learn something and they want to teach, and just because they're not an expert, we don't want to listen to them. That doesn't make sense. Like I said in the chat, if you learn English, can someone tell you don't know fucking English? Excuse my language. Can someone tell you don't know it? Like, it's ridiculous. Like we got classism problems or something. It's like we holding people higher to these standards for what reasons? You know, for
It's something. I think it's something deeper than anything that we could even fathom at this point. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's something else going on. It's some type of indoctrination, underlining that they're not, disclosing to us that they're holding on to. It's some type of mixture that they may have that they're secretly, maybe even their partners may be. I don't know what's going on, but it's a lot of stuff that just not adding up or making any sense at this point. And you got to start thinking outside the box to even fathom how could people be, because, a baby can understand this. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Maybe 5 years old, they could probably, no, maybe not 5, but if somebody just set up in the way that they're showing, the way Smash in particular is showing you what error is at, and people are just constantly denying that, I don't know what else can we do. You know what I'm saying? Even the brother Asar, when he brought up that it's the Cairo Symposium, when he did that with the UNESCO, man, they were talking, and then bam, he just popped up with it. We went over the chat as a group, say, look, and then I don't see how. You know what I'm saying? After we did that, you know what I'm saying? You kind of see people kind of backing up off the Diop now, but they ain't really saying that they was wrong.
There you go. How you?
You know what I'm saying?
How can you refute that? It's you can't. You just what they do is they just say it was debunked. It's debunked. Debunked by whom? And they can never give you anybody, because you can Google if Shape Diop, anti-Diop it was debunked, and it won't show up. It's nothing there. They're crazy. I just think they're tearing down black people, and I ain't here for it.
Right. Yeah, that'll make you come out the bushes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what happened to me. I had to come out the bushes.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell?
So wait, what was we just talking about? Because I forgot. I wanted to show. Oh,
we was talking about the golden.
Oh no, Side 12 so crummy. He said that she don't got 50 black representations. Then he asked me to show him 4. See, I need to cut. Hold on, real quick. I'll be there in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Oh, what's up? Don't come.
So I think it's even worse because.
All right, I will.
He shot. Now, I'm going to ask you to reason with yourself for 2 seconds. The brother clearly either misread the metal nature of the pictures he was showing, because he showed two different women and tried to say they were the same one. Here's a different depiction of her, which I haven't heard you be critical of yet. Or he could not read the metal nature and thought because he seen the mess symbol that it was the same lady.
No, she don't even. Okay? He didn't look. He didn't even go that far because she married Moot. She got a married Moot, so she just got Nefertari, and it say on his slide that she the wife of Ramses II. So I was wondering why you don't need. So I think you did a copy and paste job. Because if you type with your fingers that she the wife of Ramses II, then you know she not the wife of Amos. You feel me?
So Smash, hold on, man. Come on, let's show why we understand
this. We got to really unpack that right there.
We about to. That's exactly what we're about to do. So Smash,
how could you make that mistake? And I can't even read it. But I'm just saying,
he can't read the metal that.
Yeah, that's how you can make that mistake.
I told you. So pull up her name. We'll read her name for the people. Pull up the other one's name. We'll read her name for the people. You should never make this mistake if you are a scholar on the level that you claim to be, if you can really read the metal nature. It's very simple.
When Smash showed that, we don't, people that can't read it don't know. But when I was looking at how he was doing that, I was like, this is this. And then I was like, well, why would a saw do that?
He messed up.
He messed up. It's the same thing.
But he did that. Hold up, but he did it with the intent of trying to disprove that.
They're trying to disprove blackness, and that's why it's biting you. It's biting you back. It's like the black, like we gonna.
The ancestors is cold.
Yep. They like we gonna make it, and we got people out here who gonna see that.
Yeah. Every time they do some dumb shit, the ancestors come right back.
So Sot 12 told me that it ain't 50 representations of Nefertari and said just show them 4. So here go one that we looking at. This is Amenhotep and Nefertari. And I think this is in Karuf's tomb. I forgot, but this is one of the most popular, right? All right, so here go 2. See, I already got the arrows in my quiver. Here go 2. Now the question is for all the bozos who need me to do Black Egypt for Dummies. Both of these people are dead on top, right? They're saying that the black skin color has to do with them being deceased. Well, that would stand to reason that they both would have the black skin color. Yet we see Amenhotep in his name just shared Kara right here, and her, Ames Nefertari, she the only one with the black skin. So if it got to do with death and they both dead, why they both don't got 2? I mean, why they both don't got black skin? So that's 2 representations for Sot 12, since he said show him 4. I think I got 4 already in my thing. Here go 3. All right,
3.
There go 3, Sot 12. Now you're getting cooked because they both dead right here. Right?
It's about to be a sound.
Exactly. They both dead right here, and the same thing is happening. Only one of them got the black hue. So saying the black hue represents them being dead is nonsense. And let's go to number 4. Let's go to number 4. Since you asked for 4, give me 4. I told you I could give you 50. But here go 4 right on the spot. All right, and from the tomb of Enarkau. And this is Lepsa's representation here. Well, now we showing her aside 20 not only deceased but deified people. And from the representation, I will let us all know that the black skin is shown to show that she's the one painted black, but all of these other people are brown. And we can pull up we can pull it up right now and see that. So if the logic is she's black because she's deceased, then why are not all these other deceased and deified people, as we can still see if I zoom in here, still gonna say Jed Kara Amenhotep? Don't that say that? Look, Jasher as in Holy Ka, the Holy Spirit of Ra. Yeah, Jasher Kara Amenhotep. Okay.
That's her. Yeah. Amenhotep.
Exactly.
The Hetep is in the middle, the T is on the bottom right, the P is on the left.
So that's him. And he still ain't black, but he dead and deified. So people is messing that up. It's real easy.
Giving them something to smoke. What is that?
That's some incense. So here's the thing. Incense is part of an incantation, right? I mean, it's just part, not an incantation. incantation come out your mouth. But the practice of mantras and mudras and bringing forth, invocation is what I was trying to say.
I'll tell it, the stairway to the pet, the way to heaven is to offer incense and water to your ancestors. That's what is said in the Heru text. That's what he's doing. And if he's a priest, which he must be, he's got the panther skin on, he's deifying them, probably for their family, and deifying them because he was probably one of their priests.
Word. But hold up, let me just interject here. So it's cool when they marry somebody from Mesopotamia. But if they was to marry somebody from the South, that's impossible.
No,
that's basically what they're saying.
Honestly,
and they couldn't have married nobody darker than dark skin. That's impossible.
Most of the royal wives were Nahesi. So there's their problem right there. The concubines are usually from different countries, and they wouldn't let any black women from Egypt go over in their place, at least during the time of Amenhotep III. And we got the picture, or we got the letters where they're begging him, please, brother, send gold in a female. Even if you send a prostitute in her, they
like send somebody because you're making me look stupid. They basically like send any woman, you making me look dumb. I sent you hella women and you won't send me one. And we could go read where he got back at him like, man, no, he don't get back at him. They never. What happens is this: we got the Canaanite account or the Mitanni account of the response letter, but we don't got the response letter. So he like the Canaanite. I mean, I think it's Dushrata. He's not Canaanite. He's a Mitanni king, and he's saying, "What you mean you can't send me no Egyptian woman?" You know, we got that. We don't got the letter where he told him it, but we got the response being like, "Why you can't?" And he even trying to convince him. He's like, "You say that your fathers have never sent off Egyptian women. Well, they won't know if you do it. You like it's crazy."
Dress up a prostitute.
We can pull
he
it
told
up.
Him dress up a prostitute and send her on that.
Wicked. And her. Yeah,
he said, great. Please just send a prostitute. We'll call her the queen or whatever, and she can sit on the throne. Send me. That's how bad it was.
It's been a long time, dude. What's up?
Peace to everybody on the panel.
Yeah.
Black African power.
What's up?
You hear me?
Yeah. This man's a joke.
Oh man,
what happened with that?
Oh, we don't need to go there.
I hate to say it, King Smith. I hate to do that ad hominem, but gee, the man cries about social constructs every time he get online. But before he start crying about it, he scream out Black African power. Somebody got to help me understand, G.
What about
the debate is not cracking no more?
I need help.
Oh man, you know the debate wasn't cracking. Come on, bro.
Nah,
I mean,
it's never gonna happen.
Garfield off it. I've seen him try to slide Garfield like in front of him. I could have swore he was supposed to be the one to debate you, and then he tried to slide Garfield in there, and then it just all came unraveled. Like,
they priced their way.
Yeah, he tried to slide a saw in there. He's sliding a saw in there.
Yeah, he trying, but I just had to beat the brakes off of Saw this morning to let him know.
Hiding, man.
He got him shot up. He just got a Saw shot up grossly this morning.
Straight bullets, man.
It would never make sense, King. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the great Madjai for defending Black excellence and Black love and Black beauty. See, this is deeper than Black Egypt. You see what I'm saying? This is about Black beauty. We see the man, woman, and child being deified. See, they don't like that. Much as they claim to love science, but you know what I mean? Apparently, you must not love it too much if you got a problem with a Black civilization that call themselves Black, that's historical accounts identify themselves as Black. And then you telling me that the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt also said what's the exact term? Can somebody help me out? That
it would be okay. It would be within the right pertinence.
We need that exact quote, God. Huh?
They basically said that in the framework of African American vernacular, to call someone Black would be the Egyptian Black in particular would be the right.
We need that quote.
We got it all on the screen. Hold on, but let me show y'all this one because people need to get shot as they like whack-a-mole. We playing whack-a-mole today.
Get that quote, God.
Yeah. Here go one for you. Somebody in the chat was like, why do all the ancient Egyptian statues got blue eyes? Do this got blue eyes? Matter of fact, this got black skin and black eyes. And see, this is the funny part. You can find commoner figurines of everyday people who tried to ball out of control that might have blue eyes or whatever. But show me pharaohs with that shit. See, show me the leaders of the whole civilization. They want to show you they black hue. Now, people going to say, oh, this got to do with his Osirian representation, but the Oxford Encyclopedia Ancient Egypt says a statue of the Middle Kingdom founder Neb-Hetep-Ra Mentuhotep with black skin may point to Nubian ancestry, although the use of black may simply reflect the statue's Osirian symbolism. But then which one do they go on to manifest? They say, artistic and physical evidence suggests that his wives, Ashayet, Henenet, Kemset, and Sade were probably Nubian. So we got the ancient Egypt. This is a different book. Different 1,000-page, 3-volume, 4-volume book by Oxford.
That's the one I got at the house.
Saying that we wasn't wrong for saying that Mentuhotep was black in this instance.
Gee, God. What's that other quote though, God? The one that, you know what I'm saying?
You want
that,
the one Saber Reggie pulled up.
Shout out to we gotta give a shout out to him right there. What's his name? Kamji Verse. You can read it right on the screen in the yellow.
Kamji. Okay, I don't see. Okay, there it is. Thus, by modern American standards, this is American standards. Is you American? I know you is as much you cry about COVID-19 and the litmus test and the Twin Towers being knocked down, and you know what I'm saying. So we know you love America. So by American standards, these your standards, it is reasonable. It is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. What's your problem with these credentialed scholars, This is Oxford that we're talking about. Creme de la creme, top of the top. You got a problem with science?
See, the problem is he don't do encyclopedias, he do Wikipedias.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Asar too, because I seen you over there holding it down on side net.
See me beat him up last night.
Man, you had them arrows, the sword, everything, and I tried to back you up, but they was kind of blocking. But I seen you guys, you was doing your thing. You know what I'm saying? He was holding down that Black Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
It was a nice off that panel so quick. I was like, I thought this was the pseudo killer house. Why y'all hopping off so tough? Where you going, Cedric? Oh, something came.
Nah, it was a good look.
You know, I feel bad for the people, man. I really feel bad for us because we was really looking forward to this debate. And you know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? He pulled some, you know, with all due respect to this great platform, but he pulled some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, it's really hurtful to see that because I thought he had more backbone than that. I thought, you know, his name being Bobby Banger and, you know, that he was ready to bang, win, lose, or draw. You know what I'm saying? But G ain't really about that life. Because,
he don't want no smoke.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, how you gonna come up with these problems? And I ain't trying to get off topic, but G, that's it. And then they got mad at me on Brother Reggie channel. I know Brother Reggie didn't, but, you know, he got Miss Tiffany and, you know, Sakina Rod, and all due respect to those queens over there, but it's some Mars over there that's playing both sides, and they done banned me from Brother Reggie channel for defending Brother Reggie.
That's Side 12 second time saying Oxford is wrong. You can take that. You can take that saying encyclopedia is wrong.
Take his rich, man.
Hold on.
I would have been did it.
Crazy.
Go on and put another cat up.
He's going against the grain.
Look, Side 12, go on and put another comment up so we can laugh.
Like, he ain't even intelligent enough to be on the wrist.
Go on and put up another comment, Side 12, so everybody can laugh at the no wrist.
We need to have a mod vote or something.
See, this man said
he making us look bad.
This man debated Sekou. We watched him get destroyed by Sekou, and that's pseudoscience, African spirituality. So you got
hold on, man. Let me show something real quick.
Hold on, Jane. Let me get this one point out, G, and I'm gonna pass the mic. God, please excuse me.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so We watched you get bodied. And I figured it out. Watch how I show this. Watch how I demonstrate this right here. This is amazing. I figured out what the truth is. He's scared of science. See, you got bodied by that fraud, Brother Sanchez, who we know is complete pseudo. You got bodied by pseudo in a debate. So you lack luster when it comes to this debating, which is, you know what I mean, which is pretty sad. Then you took another L by some more pseudoscience from Sekou. Now, I respect my homeland and my heritage dealing with spirituality, but it's really no facts behind it. So, yeah, okay, we can say it's pseudoscience. But see, you ran from the real science, G. You ran from Smash Rockwellington. Why? Because he got Oxford on deck. He got Sally Ann Ashton on deck. He got Rebecca Futo on deck. He got Petrie on deck. He got Aristotle on deck. He got the Egyptians themselves on deck. All of this is primary science and Egyptologists, not no damn evolutionists. You see what I'm saying? And you ran from the true science, G. You ran and you blamed it on Sidenetter, talking about he won. First off, let's get this clear. When it comes to fighters, since everybody want to use that scenario, fighters make more than promoters. Yeah, that may be true in some instances, but you forgot the network.
Hold on. Not every fighter. not just fighter, the bozo fighters who ain't really got nothing. They just want to take a fight. You ain't won a debate. What debate? Like, even you didn't even get past Sanchez. We know you was right, but the people was saying Sanchez put hands on you. I'm just keeping the debate.
You ran. The fighters. Some fighters make more than the promoters. They don't make more than Dana White. Ask them UFC fighters what time it is.
The easiest way. Let me ask you, Robert. What's the easiest save face way to get out of a debate?
A hostile escape.
Shit, no, not even hostile. Not even hostile, because they gonna say that.
Good one right
you
there.
Gonna act like you think you worth. You gonna do the Dame Calloway. Give me 50,000.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You did the Andy Ruiz. You did the Andy Ruiz, and what the mother boys be doing when they about to fight Tank Davis, like, I want $10 million and all of that, and they know, look, we not gonna give you that. When it's time to fight Devin Haney and them boys, you asking for, that's that John. Well, I won't call John Jones. That's the greatest, but you pull that move. You asked for some astronomical number, and you dead wrong, because Sinetter is not only just a promoter, he is the network, son. You don't make more money than the damn net. You don't make more money than Showtime, than HBO, Matchroom Boxing. You don't make more than the UFC, sir. You a fraud, Bobby Banger. You ran from Smash Rockwellington and all of his excellence, and I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, G. Make sure y'all go get that book, man. Black Like Osiris. There ain't nothing but facts in there. Go get that book. You see what I'm saying? Get that as a nice Christmas present for your family. You know what I'm saying? Your loved ones, G. Get that book, G. Let's support this great man and his great works. Not some babbling pseudo, that's hanging out with Cedric with the uniform on. You know what I'm saying? Arguing in the break room. You know what I'm saying? Come on, G. You got Sosa over there talking about, what Sosa say? Sosa said some pseudo shit like, when they're talking about Smash doesn't put his...
Man, they don't even show sources over there, Robert. Like, we need to really...
he say Smash don't put his...
All they do is just say people is wrong. That's it.
But Charlie, let me just run this up there so I can take this off the screen.
Let me get this out. One more thing. This is what Sosa say. Smash doesn't put his arguments in the context. You see when he's talking about the cows? We don't know if this is religious tech. Is this physical? Sosa, I thought you were smarter than that. It ain't about if it's a religious text or is it dealing with actuality. What matters are the terms that's being utilized. The terms being utilized is Kim, which don't mean dark. It means darker in certain instances, but its term means black. You take that up with every scholar that's in academia right now that's arguing that Kemet means black land.
Hey James, before you get to going,
it don't say dark land.
I ain't even finna go. I just want y'all to remember.
It don't say dark land though.
Right. But okay, remember about a week or so ago, I showed y'all a chart like this, and we was going over it. Well, some scientists, they used the same chart, but look who they used as the populations. They put the population pictures up under it. And then when they got down to everybody else, look what they did. You see that? So when we talk about the adversity of Africa, they go from the Khoisan, all of these people are African. When you get outside of the Ethiopians, see the Ethiopians in the far left, that's East Africa. When you get over there outside of that Ethiopian look, everybody else is considered a non-African. Did I do this? Mm-hmm. So if you got an Arab person, once you get outside of the Ethiopian with that level of melanin, you become something other than an African. I didn't do this though. Y'all, I'm gonna put this link off in the chat and y'all can look at this for yourself, man. But I just wanted to show y'all this because they really playing around even with the science part of it. They're not even up to speed on that. They using Darwin, talking about we using old science and old information, but they using Darwin. We using
Smash a bad dude.
Go ahead,
Smash
dude.
so bad, he done checkmated this man in both areas of scholarship. You done got checkmated dealing with non-social constructs, dealing with specific physical characteristics, and you got checkmated with a social construct because the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt says so, cuz. You got checkmated twice. You checkmated, that means you suck at chess, G. You checkmated in two ways, from social constructs and non-social. And I love how you tried to bring Brother Reggie back into your social construct argument. And see, you got to be swift to see that when he starts talking about Barack Obama. Hey, we know what sucks for you, Unc, is Barack Obama identifies as black. You lose.
Hey, y'all, I'm over here working, and I don't want to be rude to Smash the show. So if y'all hear me working in the background, just tell me to mute out. You know what I mean? So I just want to throw that out there. I ain't trying to mess up the show.
Oh God, he loses. Guess what? You want to talk about the Adam and Eve? Sucks for you. They identify as black. We got the paperwork. You want to talk about Papua New Guineans? It sucks for you. Guess what? They identify as black. You lose. Today, sir, the Melanesians of today identify as black, and it's articles all over your great Wikipedia and your great Google talking about the atrocities and the mistreatment and the discrimination that they face right now in beauty pageants, my nigga. So
check it out, man.
Goddamn body who identifies themselves as black. You lose, sir.
Yeah, that was my whole thing right there, because I'm not gonna lie, like you can even ask Smash. I used to go back and forth with Smash on the social construct thing about the ancient Egyptians being black. And then I think I lightweight pushed them to bring out the sources that showed the ancient Egyptians calling themselves black. And whenever he pulled that out, I had no choice but to sit down and shut up. I was smart enough to do that and give the man his props whenever he showed the attestations. And I always bring that up. I'm not too proud to shut up and sit down when I'm wrong. But some people are just way too damn proud to shut up and sit down whenever they wrong. I mean, when the man is reading it in the people's own tongue and it's saying, how can you dispute it? Like, I don't get it. And they keep going on and on like they don't understand. Like, Smash or read it to them point by point.
Man, he just
sit there
did
and
that
act
with
like they don't understand.
He just did
It's
that
so
with
sad.
that ascent glyph, which he said could be possibly, if they want to postulate that it was a human. He was like, man, it still say that the determinative with the hieroglyph is black. They make an emphasis on that. So I don't want to
pseudo. Pseudo. I mean, he's pseudo because he say he accept the term black. It can be black, any. So black is accepted, dark is accepted, but not dark people or black people. You pseudo as hell, huh? People is accepted. You accept if we say that they people, right? Those are people. You accept that. Now, if I say that person is dark, you accept that. Or I say that person is black, you accept that, but you don't accept dark people or black people, you pseudo. Then you say that Egyptian, you claim that Egyptian, you said that geology, you tried to state that it's sufficient to identify those individuals as Egyptians due to geology. Sir, Egyptian. Identifying as Egyptian has nothing to do with no goddamn geology. You a pseudo. That's got everything to do with nationality. And do you know what nationality is, sir? I got to pull it up for you. Check it out. I love bodying these pseudos. This says, where we at? Show me nationality. Let me tell you what nationality is. Damn, where's that? Okay, social. Damn, where we at? Okay, what is that at? Nationality.
Another good thing you did was a gentleman came on Science Podcast and was asking you, how do you know the context whenever you reading the glyphs off in the meta-netter? And you was telling them partially because it's pictorial, so you can see the scene. But I thought you was gonna also tell them is that you read the context of the sentence too. And then people will turn around and ask you what you mean by black, as if black can't be an adjective and a noun. You know what I'm saying? People only will take it as an adjective, but then don't want to apply it to a person. And I don't see how they want to understand that when we do the same thing today. It's silly. We sit there and read it. You will read it to us in the hieroglyphs, and people will act like they don't know what it's talking about when they were doing the same thing, obviously, as what we're doing today.
Watch this, dude.
Exactly.
It's a descriptive term. That's just all it is to it. Because watch this. If they can name themselves Nahesi and Remesh, those are descriptive, differentiating terms. They are able to do that. They're humans. So why are we acting like that? They can call themselves Nahes and call themselves Remesh. They're differentiating. So if they see somebody that's dark, they can use a word for that. And if they see somebody that's lighter, they can use a word for that. It is just a descriptive term. Like, what are they talking about racism for? That's what they're confused about.
Well, not only that, an adjective is a noun. It's a descriptive noun. So when they showed their lack of understanding of the human language or of the English language, and then when you go to and just to correct one portion of my sister Nepal, because she had some good points yesterday, English is not the actual language of America. It's just the most spoken. But I understand your point, sister, and made a very good one yesterday. When it comes to Medu Neter, for some reason, they don't allow the Egyptians to say who and what they are if it has to deal with black. For some reason, you don't think, and it almost hits me because I look at this group and they don't respect black scholars.
They don't.
They don't respect black at all publishing. They don't respect black science, but you ran and got that COVID, but you didn't give much credence to the sister who created the vaccine. You talked about everybody else around it. And so it doesn't surprise me when a black people tell you who they are. You don't respect that either. You just you don't like being black. That's why I say
that's a damn shame. I'm sorry.
You just don't like being black.
Like when you could just really just say that with confidence, like wow. But that's really the assessment. They don't understand that we're not idiots. We can hear what you're saying, and we're gonna process that. You know what I'm saying? And it looked like if you got the same conclusion that I got, dude got the same conclusion that I got. They don't respect black scholarship. They've minimalized Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and anybody else that they could, and said that their information is outdated, yet they use Darwin. This is what they're doing.
You guys want me to put the cap on them? Remember, I told you it's 10 books I got that kill this whole discussion. I'll pull up a book right now. I was about to do it on my channel. My man Dash Rab was like, Smash is going live too. I said, damn, let me stop. We go over here.
Well,
let me see.
What's the name? Put the name of your channel in the back chat so I can subscribe.
Yeah, I seen, you know what? So I seen you went live. I just checked my you went out, and I said he probably just came over here. But hold on, before you do that, watch this. This is for watch this. Look, it says approximately 1.1 million extra deaths Do you know what this is caused from?
What they say?
From Neanderthal DNA.
Wow.
Do you know that? We don't got it. See, but all these extra deaths in Europe and America, it was due to a Neanderthal variant that they found. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I put that link off in the chat for everybody to check it out. Man, these people are so far advanced, and they're using this DNA to understand who we are and what they can help us with from a genetic standpoint instead of doing it from the blind. But Unc is so far behind on genetics and DNA and science. It's just really embarrassing that they cloak themselves as somebody that's supposed to be the forefront of science in our community. You know, you can know something, but for somebody to know everything, that shit is impossible.
Everything and nothing.
I'm finna have to refer to Unc. I mean, not Unc, but to Asar and Smash and Brother Reggie when it comes to this language. I'm not even finna, when they start talking about that, I'm finna listen. I'm gonna shut up.
Helpfulprofessor.com.
Let me say this. Hold on, let me say this one thing. I'm gonna let you go, bro.
Go ahead,
so
King. Go ahead.
Excuse me. So it seems as if, you know, they only push forward the Black African power when it benefits them in their pockets. You feel me? But the brothers, right? Whether it be us or even excellent scholars, if you make one mistake or seemingly mistake, they so critical they would throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you be Black African power whenever you throw out all the Black scholars, you critique them to the moon? You don't do the same thing with the white folks. Your brother who you've been dealing with, your so-called brother who you've been dealing with for years, you know he read the text, you know he kick ass and the stuff, and whenever he brings you something to read it in front of your face, you won't even trust it. You say, don't bring it to me, take it to the scholars. Well, I mean, can you not use your own discernment whenever it's right here in your face? They won't even accept
not
it.
even
But hold up,
with
but
that.
dude, hold on. Is it hard? What he showed? This is what I'm saying. I can understand. Maybe they can't understand, or do you think they? It's almost like I'd be like, man, I'm telling you, when we ain't online, I'd be really sitting back thinking about like, man, is they getting paid by white people? You know, it's all kind of wild shit that go through my mind because I can't think that they could be that unintelligent not to be able to understand this. I'm mute now.
Is he a bootleg? Look, yo,
oh God,
you only miss one part in that is if after they go get the scholars, now it can't be a Black scholar. Now it's got to be this, but she can't be a female scholar. It's got to be a white man. If it's not a white European man with years in it, it's always a convolution in the game. But I tell you what, let me see. Let me see if I can share my screen real quick. We're gonna get into some text real. Y'all okay with getting into some text real quick?
Indeed, God.
Let's do it. Let's look at. Let me pull this down real quick. Y'all know this already. This has been proven. The name Egypt is derived from the Greek word Egyptos, but the ancient Egyptians called their country Kemet, or Black Land, for the dark, richly fertile soil results, blah, 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 this, that, the other. In sharp contrast to this is the Red Land, or Deshret, which makes up much of the rest of the country until the country was unified 3050, blah, 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 Black Land. So this is, what book is this? Encyclopedia of African History and Culture. It's one of those must-haves. Facts on file, Library of World History. All right, let's go. Where is it at? Right here. Let's finish burying the boat. So it's going to talk. Are we about to talk about what Egypt is and what it's not? Y'all want to take turns reading it, or you want me to just go in? Oh, can you?
I had a call. I had muted out.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Go in, King. Go in, Asar. Great general.
So this, where do we want to start? Let's start up here real quick. We'll just read a couple parts. in large part parallel to the shores of the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, to which depressions perpendicular to its course give it access, the Nile Valley south of the 8th parallel north, and as far as the Mediterranean is also wide open to the west, thanks to valleys starting in the Chad region, the Tibet Sea, and the Enedi, and ending in its course. Lastly, the broad span of the Delta, the Libyan oasis, and the Suez Isthmus give it wide access to the Mediterranean, thus open to east and west, to south and north. The Nile corridor is a zone of privileged contacts, not only between the African regions bordering it, but also with the more distant centers of ancient civilization of the Arabian Peninsula, the Indian Ocean, and the Mediterranean world, Western as well as Eastern. So they're telling you they're connected to all of these factors, and they include West Africa. Do they not? Where is Chad? Enough said. Enough said.
Chad is in Central Africa.
Chad is considered Central and West Africa.
I don't know if we can push it to West, but I know it's Central for sure.
Central, absolutely. So they were saying there's no connection there, but they were claiming Chad is West Africa just the other day on their.
They may do something like that.
Yeah, it was West Africa. yesterday.
Okay, right. Yeah, so now we can go ahead. If that's what they was pushing, then we on it.
That's what they said.
Right.
I told them, I said, why we find papyrus over there? This was the primordial period for the formation and individualization of African cultures. It was also the period when free relations between East and West, between the Nile Valley and the civilization of the Middle East, on the one hand, and between who?
West Africa and East Africa on the other. Were easiest.
Who was easiest? West Africa and East Africa.
Slow down. Now, break this down. So what you're saying is communication, contact between each other was easier between East and West Africa as opposed to North and South Africa? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Now hold up. Let me ask this.
Between
and
the
reasoning
East.
why would I would suppose it would be the desert is the barrier that's keeping them from having such an easier access to one another.
No. Because there was no desert at that time. The desert.
I didn't know how far back we was going with this.
So this is 7,000 to 2,400 right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is saying between those years, human groups and cultures could move freely in the Northern Hemisphere between East and West, as well as between South and North, but between East and West. Why? Because up here they tell you, it is clear that because of climatic variations, meaning it wasn't desert-like, then they explained that a little earlier as well. So when we go down further, it's making a distinction. It says it was also the period when free relations between East and West, between the Nile Valley and the civilizations of the Middle East, on the one hand, and between West and Africa and East on the other, were easiest. So yes, contact with the Middle East, but West Africa and East Africa were easiest. So saying that Western Africa never contacted Eastern and Northern Africa is silly. Knock it off. And we know we're talking about what? Between the Nile Valley civilizations. Right? Let's go down further. It's about to get interesting. I'm really just going to skip to the coup de grace, just because it's funnier that way, as I'm sure you see stuff in between. Let's go down here to page 11. Where is it at? Hold on, let me close this door right quick because the baby going crazy. We're going to take y'all to page 11. There's some stuff in there I was going to read, but we just going to go to page 11. Here we go. I ain't read this book in a while. I gotta find it.
The Neolithic environment.
Man, if it ain't too loud in my background, I'm gonna read this from Help Professor right quick. It says examples of social constructs include race, gender, nationality, childhood, madness, age, intelligence, and beauty. This is from helpprofessor.com. And let me tell you what Help Professor is, since, you know what I mean, Bobby Banger, you need credentialed scholars, right? You sound just like Chief X. Helping average students succeed at university. We provide trustworthy, accessible, and accurate peer-reviewed study guides that reflect experts' consensus all in language that university students can understand. Founder and chief editor, Chris Drew, PhD. There go a PhD for you, Bobby Banger. And once again, it says that nationality is a social construct. So you calling them food, you calling these great, divine, beautiful people Egyptians, makes you a fool, Bobby Banger. Stop using social constructs. Stop saying Black African power. You ain't with it, G.
So here we go. As early as the Paleolithic era, man occupied, if not the actual valley, at least its immediate neighborhood and notably the terraces overlooking it. Successions of wet and dry periods during the Paleolithic and Neolithic ages. These are the time. This is the time frame our brother Ngozi usually brings up. Inevitably changed the population density. First one way then the other. But the fact remains that as far back in time as we can go, Homo sapiens have always been living in Egypt. I think somebody said they weren't the other day. To what race did he belong? Talking about the Egyptians. Few anthropological problems have given rise to so much impassioned discussion, yet this problem is not new. So remember, back in those times, and when this was written, they couldn't say black. They wouldn't say black. But let's see what they do say to give you proper hints concerning who they were. Let me blow this up just a tad. Scoot over to the middle. Already in 1874, there was argument about whether the ancient Egyptians were white or black. A century later, at UNESCO-sponsored symposium in Cairo, proved that the discussion was not, nor was likely soon to be, closed. It is not easy to find a physical definition of black. You're already going to the black side. It's not easy to find a physical definition of black acceptable to all. Recently, an anthropologist cast doubt upon the very possibility of finding positive means of determining the race to which a given skeleton belongs, at least as regards very ancient human remains, such as those from the Paleolithic era, for instance. The traditional criteria applied by physical anthropologists, facial index, length of limbs, etc., are no longer accepted by everyone today. And like the ancients, we come back to determining black by the nature of the hair and color of the skin. Measured scientifically, it is true by the proportion of melanin. Let's read that one more time.
That was beautiful.
That
was beautiful.
Let's go.
The traditional criteria applied by physical anthropologists, facial index, length of limbs, etc., are no longer accepted by everyone today. We get it? Fine. That's you brothers over there. We get it. But
go ahead.
Like the ancients, we come back to determining black. How did they determine it in ancient times? That's why I always say we don't have a DNA test back then. He said black by the nature of the hair and the color of the skin, measured scientifically. It is true by the proportion of melanin. However, the value of these indices is in its turn challenged by some. You could challenge it, but watch this. At this rate, after having lost over the years the very notion of a red race, there's no red race, At this rate, after having lost over the years the very notion of a red race, we run a serious risk of soon having to abandon the notion of white or black. Why? Because you don't have a red race? Stop it. Nevertheless, it is highly doubtful whether the inhabitants that introduced civilization into the Nile Valley ever belonged to one single pure race. We get that. But watch what it say below. Let's go a little further down.
Let me know when I can elaborate before you go too far too. So
okay, I'm gonna just hit here and we're gonna come back up, right?
Yeah.
I think it's here. Where is it at? Let me see. We'll read this. It said, man did not penetrate all at once into a valley that was empty or inhabited only by wild animals. He settled there gradually in the course of thousands of years. As the very density of the human groups or the variations in climate forced him to seek additional resources or greater security, owing to its position at the northeastern corner of the African continent. It was inevitable that the Nile Valley as a whole, and Egypt in particular, should become the terminal point for movements of people coming not only from Africa, but also from the Middle East, not to mention more distant Europe. It is therefore not surprising that anthropologists should have believed they could discern among the several very ancient Nilotic skeletons at their disposal, representatives of Cro-Magnon race, Armenoids, Negroids. So don't say they're not there, they're there. Lucroderms, etc. Although these terms should only be accepted with caution. If an Egyptian race ever existed, and that is in the open to doubt, it was the result of mixtures whose basic elements varied in time. Now watch what it says to end it out. It says, one fact remains, however, and that is the continued existence in Egypt, as in Nubia, of a certain physical type, which it would be vain to call a race. They trying to say Nubians.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, they said Nubians is Egyptian, right there.
Right.
That was
so
clear.
When they say that it's not continued or they didn't go down south or the Nahesi are different, why would it make the statement, one fact remains, however, and that is the continued existence in Egypt as in Nubia of a certain physical type to call a race. This is very slightly according to whether we are concerned with lower or upper Egypt. Darker in the south than in the north. It is in general darker than in the rest of the Mediterranean. It is what? It is in general darker than in the, y'all love that word darker. It is in general darker than in the rest of the Mediterranean basin, including North Africa. The hair is black and curly, and the face rather round and hairless is in the Old Kingdom. As James points out, not a lot of Neanderthal in them, very little facial hair. In the Old Kingdom, sometimes adorned with a mustache, relatively slim as a rule. It is a human type that frescoes, bas-reliefs, and statues of the pharaohs have made familiar to us. And we must not forget that these were portraits as Egyptian funerary beliefs demanded, since it was the individual himself, not an abstract notion that survived beyond the tomb. And you see down here, it goes into flattish, straight, into noses like Kephrans in the south, in particular flattish noses and thicker lips. Jean Yoyat said. So if I go further, and we not right now, because I was going to do a show. Look, fleshy, often curling lips. You don't want me to go down here, man. You don't want me to get African strain, black or light, is preponderant in the ancient Egyptian, but in the present state of our knowledge, it is impossible to say more. As you, shh.
Hey, check it out, man. And man, where's the source from anyway? Where is this coming from, Sar?
They ain't ready for this because they're gonna go run and try to grab it. And
I got you. So let me
we got to show the people. We got to show. This is the history of Africa. Ancient Civilizations of Africa, book 2, man. Did they forget? Do they forget about it? We did book 1. We ain't do book 2 through 7. We ain't even go into most of the encyclopedias. We just touched a few encyclopedias. Stop, yo. Stop. Just stop it.
So check it out. I like whenever they said basically that Egypt is a continuation of Nubia. Now that seems simple, right? But today we always talk about the Nubians and Egyptians as if they ain't the same and as if they practice like different culture, like to the T. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing when people make the same arguments with concerning like these skeletons that we find in these different type of humans, right? So whenever one group of people move to a different area and start practicing a different culture, it's because, you know, whatever they surround, if they move, if the Nubians come up top and go to Egypt and they on the Mediterranean, of course they're gonna start eating different foods, doing different things and stuff like that. But that don't mean that they completely different people. It's like to say if my family is from Mississippi and moved to Oklahoma, it's not like the Mississippians is different from the Oklahomans. But we tend to make those big distinctions like that, looking at these people and be like the Nubians is not the Egyptians, as if the Egyptians didn't come from the Nubians. Now, so what that they started doing different things when they moved further up north? It doesn't make them a completely different people. It just means that their practices change. And I want to add to what you added on, where they said how we going to identify these people as Black. You know what I'm saying? They didn't include culture. I would include culture. They talked about the phenotypical stuff, but culture is big too. So I just and I also want to say, as far as people messing up social construct, man, you know, social constructs, you can use the terms in the proper fashion, right? It's just that where you mess up is whenever you use social construct and try to act as if it's scientific. And that's what the book just said whenever you just read it, as far as trying to equate Black with race, as if it's a stock of people. That don't work like that. So when people try to use it like that, that's when they mess it all up. But if you're talking about Black as a culture or a people, you know, it gets mixed up. That's proper. You can do that, especially if they call themselves that. There's nothing wrong with that. But people try to make it scientific as if it's a stock of people or a race of people when science has already thrown that out.
Yeah, and that's where everybody's trying to go now that they see that the Egyptians are Black. They're like, no, see, we're all human. But as soon as we say Greek or something, no, well, that's Europe, that's white. That's the first thing that comes. So it's right. Too convenient to use that racial construct, the social construct, and racial identity when it comes to topics of history and Black achievement. So when you see some of these cats try to belittle the points, be quiet and go pull some sources up. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got no source,
that's it.
Man, we can show the top geneticists right now using terms like African and non-African. What the fuck are they doing?
Exactly. You judging people by a continent, basically. So
they say African and non-African humans. Yeah. What are they doing? Well, why are they doing that?
So right. The mad pseudo G
talking about what science say. They know that it's a genetic difference. Them just got to catch up.
They've already he ain't catching up, G. He flim-flamming the people, man, so he could play that DQ Hampton in the beginning. Where the money at? You know what I'm saying? Where the money at? You know what I mean? He played two money songs twice throughout his preview. They got a money stop where they got them. It's flim-flamming, G. Then y'all want to call brother Reggie a scammer, G? I don't want to, you know what I mean? I'm just being honest, and it's very hurtful to see that. You know what I'm saying? And that fake watch. Where that money at? Fuck you. Come on, G. You know what I mean?
I buy something from Brother Reggie before I buy something from one of these YouTube.
Oh, God. And Julanda, wherever you at, you know what I'm saying? You owe Brother Reggie $25 because I beat you in a debate in the chat, and you were supposed to pay him on the 5th. So make sure you run that boy. Make sure you run that great elder his $25. That was 11 days ago. Don't forget about the honorable great Brother Reggie for this great work he put in. Buy Brother Reggie some lunch. Now,
every time y'all see him, really y'all should, because let me say something about Saber Reggie. Two things. Number one, he makes sure the people got it. He did what some of the others did, where you rely on the people for the work you do at that time and expect love, like Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad, etc. got. It started to stop coming for the elders. And so when that happens, you rely on them and you could put yourself in a bad predicament. I learned after I seen how he worked the process of Dr. Ben being buried, after he worked the process of getting our other elder buried, and he's one of their cornerstones, so he's obligated to do certain things, and the community don't treat him like nothing. And so now he's to a point where he get fed up talking to people, because as you get older, you start to get fed up with stupid opinions and statements that aren't backed by anything. And I get that. But when our Saber does that, y'all need to drop some cash for our brother. Because if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have half the giants you see on Sinetta. I'm telling you right now. Sinetta got good backing, but Saber Reggie was at the feet of them. Right. Sinetta was at the feet of Khalid Muhammad. You owe him a great debt. So when either one of them asks you for a little something, and you know you about to go drop $5 at the damn bar, the least you could do is put that in your big brother's pocket. In your big brother's pocket. I ain't crazy enough to rely on the people. I see some of the new scholars to be. You don't even respect Marcus Garvey. I smack the taste out your mouth, man. You don't even respect Marcus, Malcolm X. I go in your please.
Yeah, brother Garfield. I mean,
I'm not even a Hebrew Israelite. You know what I won't be doing? I won't be disrespecting our good brother who took them over. Damn, his name just Elder Yahweh and them. I would never disrespect them. I tell you information wrong. I tell even the leader of ISUPK, I ain't going to disrespect. I tell you information wrong, but they done stood on the front lines before, and they over here y'all talking crazy. No, unheard of.
Sick, man, and I'm thankful, just like you, King. You know what I mean? I'm thankful for all y'all. You know, Brother Smash, Brother Reggie, Assam Car, you know what I mean? Brother Jabari, Kamji Verse, you know what I mean? Pan-African James, Due Diligence on the panel. Listen, King, it just don't get no better than this. These is real masters at work over here. These guys present sources. They read the metal nectar. They make this money, man. They got their own profession. You know, they professional men. Now, I don't know what's going on the pseudo killers. I ain't going to speak on it, but I'm telling you that's what's over here, though. And you need to respect that. Brother Reggie, all these years he done put in, educating and informing our people of Black beauty. See, you got to break it down for what it is. It's Black beauty. It's Black excellence. It's Black love. It's Black family. That's what this history is. And so, you know, I mean, who else gonna bring you a grade A comedy as well? You know what I mean? Because my man bringing pseudos out on the front line, knocking them down like whack-a-moles. I mean, you had Unc, for God's sakes, on his Brother Reggie channel just the other day. This man said, now this is comedy. So you just gonna embarrass my man like that, Brother Reggie? I love how you did that. You smooth with it, OG. Oh, God. My man say, he backed Unc so far in the corner. Unc said, the Egyptians wouldn't call. He said that Bianchi didn't call himself Black. Number one, he said that. I'm telling you why he wouldn't have done that. When it's evident, it's concrete, it's in writing, it's in stone, it's etched forever in history that he, in fact, called himself Black. Unc said he's going to tell you why he didn't. See, you done lost it, G. You done lost your damn mind off. Something has happened where you've lost it. You're going against science. You can't be going against science, Bobby Banger. We don't do that over here on the Magi, G. Y'all keep that on the pseudo killer channel, G. We acknowledge and admire science over here. When you're dealing with primary evidence or what somebody called themselves, that's called science, G, at its highest level, primary evidence. You're saying he didn't. You going against primary evidence? And you saying that the reason why he wouldn't have, or that the Egyptians wouldn't have called themselves black, is because you are not aware of other people who call themselves black people or address their region as a black city because you know other people who had darker skin. So you know other tribes that had darker skin, and they didn't call themselves the black city or the black tribe or the black nation. And you're saying that's what disqualifies the Egyptians from doing it. That's the most pseudo, straw man, weak, illogical argument I have ever heard, damn near ever, G, except for some shit my baby mama said. Some wild shit. You wild.
Hey, James, check to see if anybody's trying to get in, if you got the controls. I think Smash got him still. Did he step away?
No. But let me speak to brother Reggie too, man. I respect Reggie also and his work. And then when those guys be trying to minimize Smash's work and Reggie's work, you know what I'm saying? I think that's totally disrespectful too. And I'm just like, and here's the thing. They don't ever like say specifically what's wrong with the work. They just say y'all the B10 team. It ain't nothing. Ain't even never read the man's work, but discredit it. Oh, it's in the BS journal. Like, that's super disrespectful when that man put all that work in like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these guys can't even get close. You know what I'm saying? Can't do a quarter of the stuff of what Smash, Asar, and Reg do, but then steady just minimizing, and it just take away from you guys whenever you guys are some of the strongest people that we got. And I don't mind saying that, and that don't take away from me. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy hearing you guys.
That's black love right there. That's all that is. That's just love right there. I say the same thing about y'all. We wait for y'all to produce some works as well. There's nothing to it. Brother Tizo got his hand up. We see you, DQ. Tizo.
What's up, man? Hey, peace to the panel, man. Peace to the panel. I'm just glad to see y'all coming into the work. Y'all doing the work exactly right. I'm just surprised at man. It hurts. I started following him because I'm a black atheist. But I've always been on the Egyptian tip because of school. I'm in the family, like I said, and I studied black psychology. In our class, we had to study African history from the BC standpoint, from before the Common Era. Because I never say before Christ, I said before the Common Era, because that's what it is. And we keep going over these hypergroups. I saw one channel, one brother was going at Asar, not Asar, himself, but the other Asar. He was saying something about. He was saying, I think it was you. Yeah, he was saying that, AB1B, they always doing this R2D2 shit, but A1B1A and A1BB, it's the same thing. I literally look, I'm light, but I look Ethiopian. I have Ethiopian friends, they thought I was one of them. I'm like, no, bro, I'm not an Ethiopian. I don't speak Swahili. I'm from Florida. It's hot. I was born in a tropical climate. Our climate in Tallahassee is damn near the same as Egypt. If you go across to that side, if you look at it of temperature. Right. Everybody where I'm from is, a lot of people are jet black, but some people come out light. My grandmother had 11 kids. 11. My mother has red hair. She's light. My auntie is jet black with curly, wavy hair. My uncles are dark. We have one uncle called Pochop because he look like a pork chop. His literally his skin is that color. My auntie's burgundy, like Nefertiti with the blue hair.
Show yourself while you're talking. Show yourself while you're talking. Just so the people can see. No, don't mute yourself. Show yourself.
Is that me?
There you go. There are Brother Zoe. Talk to him, Zoe.
That's my man, that Brother Zoe. Brother Neil, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, family? Can I say this real quick? Is Jonathan on here?
No, hold up, because I know what you want to do. He stepped off. Hold on, Neil. Hold up. So, Brother Zoe, show you. There go our Brother Zoe real quick. Keep going. So we're gonna hit Saber Reggie because he's the elder. Then we're gonna hit you, DQ. Then we're gonna hit Suntan. Then we're gonna hit our brother DQ. We're gonna hit my brother Neil because I think Smash should be back because I want you to say that for when he get in here. Bro.
Oh, let me lead in. I didn't know he was here. I wanted to tell you one
stay
thing.
in here. He here, but he had to step off for just a hot second. Oh, there you go. Oh, Smash here. Do it now. Do it now.
Okay, so Smash, I'm sorry. I've been trying to. He said it last night. I told him I got, and Adrian seen it. Asar seen it. I got the book, right, Asar?
Yeah.
But I don't have it on me right now. I'm at my uncle's house. I wanted to come on here and do like this to Smash. I want to say, Smash, is this a good book to read? And just show you the book. But it was already told. I've been trying to catch him. Am I on my line, Asar?
Nah, he got the book. He was showing it to me last night.
Salute.
Yeah, Amazon shot it. Yep.
Salute.
You can't say you like money.
Yeah, as soon as I finish Theophil Binga, I'm gonna be starting on that one.
Hey, Smash, can do that book come in can they do it come in, auto read when they can?
Oh,
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to that whole motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, true.
Unc saying that people who because other people who are darker than the Egyptians didn't call themselves black people or identify their region as the black land, they didn't do it so that the Egyptians wouldn't do it, because there's other darker people that were darker. They didn't say it, so the Egyptians couldn't have said it. That's like saying, oh, well, nigga, you didn't make a song about money, so you don't like it. Oh, hey, you didn't make a song about nice cars, so you don't want one, right?
Hold on, that brother T.
Song about pretty girls, so you must not like pretty girls. That's some crazy shit, G. You losing it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
T-Zo, you on mute, T-Zo. Unmute yourself. There you go. I see you, DQ.
I would Peace to the family.
We got the highlight.
Peace to the family. So they had the nerve to do a show after I did a show showing the museum curator basically trying to give an explanation why the Greeks identified themselves as black, because I went to the source exhibition on Africa in Byzantine, where Africa was central to the Byzantine Empire. So says the museum. And so she went over a tapestry where the Greeks were identifying themselves as blacks. And I asked her about a question that she said that the experts are still working on. And that's basically the reason why the Greeks identified themselves as black and dark-skinned, right? And then I hit him with, I hit Unc with Black Athenia. He didn't say nothing wrong with Black Athenia. Then he turns around and he says something ridiculous. That's my favorite book. All right, so let me just make it plain. Let me just make this plain, family. We have won, right? Everything that they're doing is still trying to grab the last pennies in the debate. So with the money song that they use, it's a good song. I just don't like them using it. They can't use the God Killer no more.
I love the song. I love it.
I'm on here. That's why I hopped on, because I wanted to get some shit double checked, because I am the one who writes that song. I'm a songwriter. Got songs with Smash, contracts with Smash. So I just want to know, make sure ain't no man worship bashing for no BS.
You missed the point.
But I already made my point.
You missed it. If that's what you think.
I already made my point in the chat.
What was that?
I said you missed it if you think that's what the point was that I made. The song's fire, bro. The song is
who's speaking? Who's speaking?
It's me, UKA, Robert Brown, the great king. Yeah, I'm saying, God, like the song
great
is
king,
top 10.
What song y'all talking about? Play it right now. Come on.
I don't know the song.
Upper Epsilon. The song
I was
fire, God.
I was talking.
All right, Reggie was talking. My bad. But what song is y'all talking about?
The money.
Where that money at?
They have a commercial where they use DQ Hampton's song, right? Because they can't use the God Killer no more.
So what the song? I'm trying to listen here. What's the problem or the issue with the song?
Nothing wrong with the song.
Nothing wrong.
It's just that they have they're calling me a scammer,
In the
There
song?
using DQ Hampton's song.
Are they calling you a scammer in the song?
No, King.
Oh, I didn't
No.
think. No, hell no, that wouldn't happen.
No, DQ Hampton's not calling me a scammer. The pseudo killers and the community of skeptics is calling me a scammer.
Thank you,
right?
brother.
And I say that they're
Reggie,
calling me a scammer because Ankh is co-signing that they're calling me a scammer.
Well, I understand all that. How does any of this? Y'all just started talking about a song while I was listening and eating my food, and I'm trying to see how did this is crossing over to DQ songs. Like how any of this got to do with that?
No, I'm explaining because I think I started it in the chat that they're using they're calling me a scammer and they're using his song as a commercial break to make money for their program.
Reggie, we was doing that before they even started beefing with you, Reggie.
Yeah, that's just
why
part
I
of the
come
show.
on.
No, they was
Reggie, listen to me, Reggie. I know because I sent Unc the song. I'm telling you, we was doing that before this whole beef situation between y'all and Black Egypt happened.
You're in it because you wrote the song. So let me explain
and I'm a
something.
PK member.
So let me explain something. So now they're using it, right? They're using it in the beef. Because the other day I was talking and they cut me off for the commercial break, which was your song.
Hold on, Reggie. No, I think you're messing it up, Reggie, though, just to be honest.
We always do that.
Why am I messing it up? Because I complained
a
about
song that they play, you can't associate the artist with, oh my God.
I'm not associating.
Let me explain it, Rich. Let me explain
let me explain it. I'm talking.
All right, I'm sorry. Because I cut off Reggie.
I don't know why.
I apologize. I cut
off.
you off. And so I'm going to let you finish and then we'll hear from DQ after that. That's my bad. Go ahead, Reggie.
I'm not saying anything about the song or the artist. I'm saying that they used the song first to cut me off. When I came on their show, Juju said commercial break, and they cut me off for a song. And I complained. About that. I'm speaking, and all of a sudden when I'm speaking, right, you're going to cut me off and say, well, you could come back after the song. We need a commercial break, right? So that was the first time that I seen them do it. They have a right to make money. I don't know why for some of the things that they're offering. They have a right to make money. They have a right to do that. I would just complain about what are they really offering. So let me just move past that because. I'm not finished. I said, let me.
Well, before you move past it, you should let him respond. You feel me, Reggie? Go on to DQ, respond, and then we're going to hear back from Reggie.
Yeah, that way you can at least hear from the song maker what he's.
That's it. All right, Reggie, I understand your premise. You feel disrespected, and we stopped you and did a commercial break. That's what we're having.
So you're part of that.
How much I gotta tell you? I'm PK. Whatever bully you want to throw it on, throw it at me.
No, that ain't true, G.
I'm just trying to say it's all good. I'm just trying to get to this point right here. You took that as disrespect. That wasn't a disrespectful tactic. We always do commercial breaks. I apologize you took it that way. What I'm trying to say is that whole thing, Reggie, you should be bigger than that shit. If that you standing on and we expected you and played that song, and now you want to apply what we gotta sell, we playing a song like that. I don't get that, King. I fuck with you, Reggie. You know I do. But that one right there, you got tougher skin than that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, if somebody cut you off with a song, how you mad at the artist who made the song?
I didn't say. Why do you keep saying that, Jonathan?
I'm sorry. That's all.
Why do you keep saying that? That's not the point.
I'm misunderstanding.
I'm trying to move on. You came on after you was eating. You my good brother, right? But after you chewed down your food, you looked up and you heard something.
Too. I'm still eating. Go ahead.
That's not the point. That's why I said let's move on.
All right. My bad.
That's all I want to get on it.
I was making sure we're clear.
Smash.
Yeah, God. What happened was I made a
DQ.
comment earlier, King. What I said was that they call Reggie, brother Reggie, the great King, brother Reggie, the great elder, brother Reggie. a scammer, but I said Unc is flim-flamming the people, and every time you look around, he got commercial breaks, and when he come on, it's money, 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 money. And I love the music. DQ, you that guy. I mean, let's not even, that ain't nowhere near the point. The song is fired. I mean, it's, come on, G. It's like that. That wasn't the point. This ain't got nothing to do with you personally or the song. I'm saying that Unc flim-flamming the people, scamming, and what he doing, and every time you look around, he hollering out for cash apps. You see what I'm saying? Playing, you know what I'm saying, all the songs about money, but didn't want to take the debate on something to have a formal debate to make more money than he would on them cash apps. You see what I'm saying? He ran from Smash Rock Wellington, just throwing that out there, and that was my point. He ran from G.
Wait, hold up. Hey, Robert.
Hey, we're getting out of order. Let's go one at a time.
Wait, I was still speaking. Say this about that cash hold on. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. I stopped because Smash said, let's hear from DQ Hampton. Right? That's what happened. I was still talking.
My bad, brother Reggie.
Right. And I'm being honest.
You got the flow,
I'm being honest.
Go ahead.
So what I want to say, and I won't be long, is that brothers and sisters, we have won the debate, right? The debate is evidence and proof. The people did not call themselves Black, but by American standards, we can call them Black. That is an Oxford handbook. What they did call themselves is Kim. They spent no time addressing in scholarship what Kim, Kemet, Kemetu means. All this whole debate, it wasn't a debate. This whole conversation is about the concept of Black. I think that we should just move on, right? Because basically they're responding to the emotions of our people with no evidence and no proof on what Smash has written about and what I have written about, what Asar has talked about, and others have here studied. The issue is they called the people, the community, Kemet. They called themselves names like Sat Kim, right? Or the daughter of Kim, or Sit Kim, right? The dark one, right? Or Kimmy, right? The black one, the dark one. Those people called themselves that. What they don't have is any experience on the language. Ankh says that they're scientific literate, but he wants to remove a scientific component, a tool, which is the language which has been deciphered, which is scientific. It has been deciphered, it has been transliterated, it has been translated, that is accepted. What they're trying to do is make the whole thing about Black, right? But it's really about what the people called themselves and what we as American standards can say that they called themselves. So I think that we have much more work to do. If we take this off the table, then what else do they have, right? What other subjects do they have that's popular? See, I've been through it with Netaneb, right, against Asar, Imhotep, Ujawu, for 3 years. 3 years, about 4 years ago. About three years ago, right? I went through that whole period with them. This new period, Smash and Asar Ka comes in as reinforcements, right? As reinforcements.
I'll keep going. I ain't trying to cut you off. Reinforcements.
Right, reinforcements to end the conversation, end the debate. So now it's totally ended with a fresh publication, and with my publication that's about 2 or 3 years older. Maybe I mean 2 or 3. I don't. I think I wrote it 2020 or something like that. Something like that, right? It's so we have published material. We have published material that they can't they can't refute line by line. They don't have the skill set. So can we just find another topic that we want to work
Reggie,
on?
let me say something to you. Reggie, I want to say this to you. Reggie.
Yes.
This Santan, let me say this to you. You asked Unc one question and I had left because it took too long to answer, and I want to know, what did he answer? You said, Unc, just prove me wrong. Give me one source. Did he ever come up with a source because it took too long?
Yes, he
and
came up with a source. He came up with a source. Yeah. We didn't even tell who the author of the source was, and it was just talk with no citations.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
He said that he would show it to the people in due time.
Right.
That's not acceptable.
Right. That's all I want to know, Reggie. That's all I want to know.
Brother Reggie, can I ask you what that
He
statement
said he was saving it, insinuating for the debate, and he's already said he's not even going to debate. I'm telling you, he done lost it, G. Oh,
okay,
Brother Reggie.
Hold up, Robert.
Okay, my
Brother
bad,
Reggie,
King.
Yeah, Brother Reggie, I wanted to ask you that Oxford quote. What exactly did it say? It said that we can say, like Black Americans, that the Egyptians, like, what did it say? I just want to know.
Generally says, by American standards, it'd be reasonable to identify the ancient Egyptians as Black, as long as you maintain the diversity of Africa.
Oh, that's a bomb. Sign another bomb. I'm out of here.
Brother Reggie.
Once we showed that, then we showed Mary Lefkowitz, who debated Dr. John Henry Clark. She said again that it would be acceptable because of the one-drop blood test. This is Mary Lefkowitz who debated.
Yes.
So what it is with these people, and let me just tell y'all something. If you don't have any credentials in this area, meaning you've not taken any courses, Black Studies courses, you don't have a degree in it. If I talk to you about it, right, it's just because I'm being your brother and I am being cordial. But I am no longer allowing uneducated people, uncredentialed people take on positions, right, without any proof. So I'm no longer dealing with Ankh, right? He doesn't have any credentials in this area of what we call ancient African-led Egypt. He only came on based on this controversy, right? And so the rest of his team, on the subject, we can have conversations, but when it gets to a debate kind of concept, meaning argument, I'm not arguing with them. I'm going to, and if they think I'm lowballing them, I'm not lowballing you. We have different lives. We have different lives. If you think you're smarter than me, you write something. Put it on paper. I don't want to hear your jib jab searching for sources. I don't want to hear that. Put it on paper. I dare you. I dare you to put any of that social construct stuff in a publication. I dare you. So with that said, I will listen to the rest of you, but I am no longer listening to illiterate, uneducated people who just jib jab, right? And they act like they're your friends, right? Act like your friend. The worst thing is when a person acts like your friend, but when it comes down to it, they get a whole group of people, do a whole show. We're doing whole shows on Black Egypt, right? I'm like, now it's really it's really hurtful. And then to say something like this, I don't know if Brother Reggie Hashaps can stand it, but the brand can stand it. Okay, these are the things that you actually hear. So I'm like, no problem. I continue to do my work. My work doesn't have to do with what all the work that the Egyptians, all my work hasn't to do with what the Egyptians called themselves. But I'll tell everybody on the PQ Community of Skeptics squad, you're not a skeptic, because to be a skeptic, you have to know both sides. They don't know the meta nature, so they're handicapped. I'm not going to honor their handicap, right? because the ancient people of the land called themselves Kem. They call other groups Nahesi. They call other groups Tinahu, other groups Tamhu, right? They other groups Meshwesh, and then they had names for the people in the Sinai. I'm not going to argue if you're not going to use those type of names. So thank you for my rant, but for me, it's necessary. If you are illiterate, you can't write on the subject. Don't talk to me. You can't cite on the subject. Don't talk to me. You don't have any education in the subject. I'm credible. Don't talk to me.
You can't hold Professor Mabry's jock strap. So shut it down.
So can I ask a question? Peace, Saber Reggie. Peace. Because you were at a beautiful point in this conversation. And this is something that I have been trying to get across. And I'm going to ask this in the form of a question. Would it be fair to say the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and those other cultures were ethnocentric?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, I think it's fine if you define right now what ethnocentric is so that there is no problem. What do you mean by that word?
All right, well, I'm going to get the definition. I don't want to just freestyle it, all right?
Right, because that's the problem with these people. They use words like multiculturalism, and then I showed the other day that the scientists, the experts, have not theorized it completely how it applies to Egypt. And multiculturalism could also mean to push out or alienate particular groups. In the same token, the definition of what we might say as blackness, right, is a term that has not just color, but it's also political, and it's in the American how can I say, in the American vocabulary, not in the ancient Egyptian vocabulary, right?
Hey, Brother Reggie.
Okay. All right, so the definition of ethnocentrism in social science and anthropology, as well as in colloquial English discourse, means to apply one's own culture or ethnicity as a frame of reference to judge other cultures, practices, behaviors, beliefs, and people, instead of using the standards of the particular. Something that's happened.
I agree that the ancient Egyptians were
a particular culture involved.
I agree. The ancient Egyptians, by that definition, was ethnocentric. I'm not arguing with people who speak English and use words, right? And they haven't looked it up. They call themselves skeptics, but to be scientifically skeptic, you have to be able to know both sides of the argument. They have no legs.
Right. Reggie,
Brother Reggie.
Brother Reggie, can I ask you a question?
Unban me, G, on House of Consciousness, and I want you, next time Julanda pop her head up, G, you ask her for that $25 I told her to give to you because
Robert Brown, I don't want no money from her. Just tell her to send it to you.
Nah. She owe you that, God. That's the $25 I want.
I don't want no money from her. You can send it.
Nah, she gonna.
Yeah, huh? Say what?
Brother Reggie,
you gonna give that money up?
Yeah, but Robert Brown, if you give it to me, I will accept it. I don't need their money. Their money ain't no good.
Nah, I beat her, God. She said, all right, I'm gonna pay you on the 5th. I said, give it to Brother Reggie, period.
You need to give up that money if you beat her. If you beat her, she need to give up that money.
Yeah, facts. And I said give it to the Brother Reggie. But unban me on House of Consciousness, King. They got them pseudo killers over there. They working double sides. They done banned me, G, because I was going in the other night when you was over there ripping Unc. You know what I'm saying? A new one, G.
Hey,
Pause.
Ripping me.
Hey, I just need to get in here real quick. Like, I want to get in here real quick, like, Brother Reggie. I've been listening to you for a while, bro. I went to FAMU and I studied up on in black psychology. Brother Professor Smalls came there a couple of times, and we used to be deep in the John Henry Clark stuff and Yeap. My professor, he was really a fan of him. His name was Obango too. His last name was Obango. That's the name he gave himself, but I can't remember his surname, his original name. But what I'm saying to you is Cedric did say that you protect child molesters. He's just throwing in all kind of insane comments. And I understand why you were so pissed. And it seemed like, I'm like, why are they always picking on Reggie? And I figured it out. You're very educated in the knowledge of the now in ancient African civilization. I can tell that you studied African civilizations in college. I can tell, I can see it. I can hear it. And they keep making this mistake about the color line and the map. They're using all these, they're using scientific terminology that they don't know what they're talking about. It's like material engineering. And I'm a mechanical engineer by trade. In material engineering, we have to look at the materials for what they are. It's not a social construct, because you got to know what it looks like. You got to know what copper is. You got to know what steel looks like. You got to know the elements, uranium. So when it comes to humans, the same thing. Right. There's no way you look at the facts of it. I'm red. I have a friend from Nigeria. His mother has red hair just like my mother, and she's light skinned. Right. There's no such thing as no, and they call themselves black. They just say red. They might say red. They'll say red to me. He's Lagos. He's from Lagos. And he always says, he said, what are y'all talking about? We got straight hair here. There's no A1, B1, A, that's all over. And then one brother made the comment on the show, said, when you was on the House of Consciousness, they all tried to gang up on Reggie and some other guy I saw talking about the black people enslaved each other. And I have brothers like, what are they talking about? We was getting enslaved. We were colonized. Exactly. In North Africa, and this one other point I want to hit, because I'm driving, I can get in trouble driving in Georgia. I'm in Atlanta. The one point I want to hit on, I'm just confused. Why everybody keep talking about the Arabs like they've been around since the BC times? The Arabs were not around. The Arabs are a combination of the Greek and Roman and barbarian tribes that came in and colonized. The African women that were left behind were raped. And Brother Reggie said it so eloquent about they was castrating the men for they wouldn't be able to reproduce, and they was taking the women as concubines. They were rape victims. We need to stop playing this thing and romanticizing that these black women were dating these white men and having offspring from them willingly. They wasn't. They were getting raped.
That's correct.
It's aggravating because my forefathers in America are runaway slaves from South Carolina and Arkansas and Alabama. They ran to Florida and they fought with the Negro. They're part of the Fort Negro. That was a fort that was fighting during the American and Indian and American Spanish wars. So you ain't got to know your history, and you're going to sit up here and just say retarded stuff if you don't want to admit. And it seems like to me, and the skeptics are scared of white folks because they're saying, "Oh, we can't be going around saying master raped us." That's what he was doing. He was raping women, all the way from even the whole controversy. Why they get so mad about Hannibal being played by Denzel Washington? I'm gonna tell you why. Because that proves a point that they took that land. They took it and never left, and the Africans left. And the ones that stayed were raped. That's why you see them in certain parts of Rome civilization, even in the pottery. But before that, the Anatolas, they do this all the time. They try to move the goalposts and try to change that stuff was not going on. That's why I have a problem with interracial dating with white men with other women, because of the rape. And Alexander the Greek, because he wasn't nothing great about him. I'm not calling him that. He took a woman so he can prove that he wasn't gay. And he took an African woman, and he was raping her. He was probably raping her. Come on, man. Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing the games. They were playing games out here with history, and I don't like that.
They don't have the skill set. I will look at every one of them when it comes to history. When it comes to history in the classroom with a professor, not like you, Zoe, who sat in classrooms with professors, right? Who had to write papers. I don't see any of them with anything related to a curriculum of African studies or Black studies or any of them. I don't see any of them with any real knowledge on ancient Egypt, classroom studies, right? I don't see any great writers there. People that cite sources correctly, right? People that pronounce words correctly, people that don't, that know the definitions of words. They would never call themselves a community of skeptics if they knew the definition of being a skeptic. Why? Because you can't be biased. They are already biased because they have another name called the pseudo killers, right? There are
particular tools that you use to deal with pseudoscience, but you have to use those tools and you have to have expertise on both sides. So, Zoe, thank you so much. It's really not about me and them. It's really about us and respecting ourselves and credentials. Some dude out of this country is dealing with issues that Black Americans have with identity. He is in another country, right? He's calling me a scammer. I've spent 37 years sacrificing, working, believing in the work that our professors and trying to improve the work, right? For him to call me a scammer in front of our audience and that people allow that, it's
disrespectful. And that's why I came on today to say to you that they're the scammers, because you're asking for money. I don't ask for a damn dime from nobody. Knowledge, we're supposed to be giving knowledge to the people about our history and about what happened. You don't know your past, you don't know your future. That's what we're missing. They don't understand we're repeating the same crap. We're repeating the same crap, and you're right.
No, because
they're the scammers.
But think about it. They ask for donations. I ask for donations. The donations that I ask for is based on my work. Most of my work, my museum work, my written work, my work in the museum, in the museums.
Exactly.
Right? I qualify my works, right? I have a citation for almost every slide that I put up, right? I have never seen what's his name? Cedric do a full presentation on ancient Egypt. I have never seen any of them do a full presentation on ancient Egypt. I've not seen it right. I've not seen it cited right. When they put up a slide, they don't cite. They put up stuff they don't even know APA or Chicago formatting. They don't cite.
That ain't their lane, Reggie.
Then they should.
They talking about Smash had a slide wrong, and it's clear as day that slide was not wrong. It was it was the Greek pronunciation of it. It's just retarded. It just ain't making sense.
That's a shame when he comes back in the next day and just really just does what he did this morning. Like, wow. I think he did it last night when I was asleep. But that's just crazy when you can come in and just
murdered Asar.
Didn't he?
He murdered. What Asar did was so embarrassing, confusing.
Right, exactly.
First of all, what's worse is he had the correct data on the slide. He had the time period of the two queens, and then he goes on and says, this one ain't black.
He messed it up.
And it's so, but Asar is his own. I'm not banging on Asar, but he made a terrible mistake, right? I'm banging on the other ones who don't cite correctly. They don't do presentation. Ancient Egypt for them right now is just a money grab. It's a money grab.
What a God. Let's go Saber Reggie real quick, because we say Asar. He don't recognize the black God and he don't want to be black. We're going to call him Brother Imhotep. I'm sorry.
I'm Brother Water.
Hey guys, I'm sorry guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. But I got to go out. I have to pause out now. I'm just gonna keep listening, but I got to pause out. I'll keep coming in every now and then. Peace, bro.
Peace to you. Thanks for coming.
I got two questions, Kings. I want to know, can somebody answer for me? Why on the great black gods, black African power gods earth, would this man Unc say, I'm riding with Asar Imhotep, King Soldier? Yeah, that's what I want to see. Asar Imhotep, that's the one, you know what I mean? He getting that smashing Brother Reggie. Look at him refuting Brother Unc. Yeah, he's right. Look at Asar Imhotep. So I'm riding with him. I'm on his side. I like Asar. So why would you choose this man's side? And we know that Asar has claimed that the term Kim means water, and literally no scholar in academia agrees with him. And on the flip side, when you got Brother Smash Rock Wellington in his excellence and Saber Reggie and its excellence. That these guys not only got the ancient Kemites speaking for themselves, riding with them, but they also got the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt and the German Institute of Archaeology, as well as Sally Ann Ashton, PhD, Egyptologist on their side. Okay. So you're gonna go with Sir Imhotep and nobody agrees with him?
Okay.
You pseudo G. And my second question is, why would this man make such a straw man argument stating that there's no way in hell that the Egyptians would deify black because it's so common around them, everything around them is black, so there's no reason. I mean, if everybody is black, then why would they do it? Him and his crony, red shirt, Cedric, or the fake entertainer, Cedric Ortega. So that's what y'all claim. But tell me why the Christians do it. Why they depict Jesus as white when we know that's coming from the Romans? Why do the Greeks God? Why are the Greeks God white? Zeus and Athena and them and Apollo. So tell me why the Norse mythology, from the Norse tribes and all of those boys, why they gods is white and everybody around them is white. Right. You need to explain to me why it's okay for them to do it, and it makes sense when they do it. The Norse gods is white, and that's all that's around them. The Greek gods is white, that's all that's around them. The Christian gods is white, that's all around them. The Aztecs god is brown skin, that's all around them. Them Aztecs and the Mayans and them Incas. And the Chinese gods are Chinese because they got Chinese mythology too. All of them is Chinese. That makes sense to you, Mr. Scientist. But black gods, black being deified in the black land don't make sense. And when it's depicted and it's stated in Medu Neter permanently forever, man, you pseudo Bobby Banger.
All right. Thank you for that.
You pseudo G. Oh God.
I hear you, but I have a couple of questions. Because I'm not really into all that. I'm into figuring out how these constructs, these ideas of race and all that actually develop. And I can actually see these constructs and these things being formulated. So again, my question to those, because I'm having a conversation with someone that says that Deseret to you and Kemet to you, those does not equate to black man and red man. And I've seen those put on the screen before in front of me. So again, is there any attestation in the Medu Neter showing that Deseret TU or the TU only equates to cattle? Does it only equate to cattle, the TU, or does it equate to people?
And with that, let's take a Cash App break. Don't let
the brother's song.
Hold on, Rob, chill out. Can I get an answer to my question? Damn.
I mean, Sabio, you want it public because you can always call me. You have my phone number. You're one of the few people that actually have my phone number.
I know.
Right? So if so the person that sent it to this, maybe you need to have a 3-way call with me. Because I think it's a bait question. Like they wouldn't know these terms unless they was watching us, right? And then I would have to ask them, do they have a dictionary, right? If they have a dictionary, they can look it up. If all I can just say is, then you haven't read my journal article. My journal article explains it, right? It simply explains Kemet to you and Kim. Right? So give the person my journal article, right? When the king said he's the Sai Kem, Sa Sit Kemet. He's the black ram born of the black sheep, right? What it means is that they have a divine character of themselves, which is based on their husbandry, right? So for them, the sacred of the cattle is the Kem cattle, the black cattle, the perfect cattle, right? Then they have the hedge cattle. They have the Wadj cattle. They have the Deseret cattle. The Deseret cattle, the red cattle, is the slaughter cattle, the black cattle is the sacred cattle. So just send him my journal article. Tell him to buy Smash's book, Black Like Osiris.
And also, don't forget, we've already shown on this show, and a few other shows, that people are referring to themselves as Kemet. They're calling themselves black without referring to cattle at all. In fact, you were on a couple of the shows when we did it.
Right.
So when they use the Kemet glyph, without question, when it says Henny the Black, he ain't put no animal there. He said, I'm Henny, I'm black. When you get Pianki, he's Pianki and he's black. And that, I mean, that's pretty much it, as far as we need to go. But there's other people. There's a female who calls herself black. There's a whole bunch of other brothers who call themselves black. And you can tell they brothers from how they painted and depicted themselves on the wall. We see you, American Dream. We see you, Popped in DQ.
So because I'm one to say that there was black people in Egypt. They had black pharaohs, black people in Egypt. I'm one to say that, and they refer to themselves as black. Is the conversation that the whole land was black? Because this is
everybody in Egypt was black,
what's
but
weird.
The majority of the ancient dynasty, basically to the 25th dynasty, was black. Some of that early Persian empire, such as Hannibal, which is why you see our brother Denzel Washington as Hannibal, and you see a few people discussing it, some European scholars discussing it, saying it's about time they just said that they were black, but you see that coming out now. So yeah, now
hold on, Basar. Let me just say, if the damn SLC gene didn't come around to 12,000 years ago, who was up there before 12,000 years?
Yo, hold on.
It would have to be some black people.
Hold on, James.
I'm just saying though. If it wasn't no white people on this planet before
don't throw that in because
okay.
Please keep that out the
throw it in, James. Throw it in.
I don't understand. Like, what are we doing? Like, y'all saying that somebody was always there. That ain't always been there.
Stop.
Don't stop, James.
I'm trying to figure out this race construct. I'm trying to help us get a understanding of how this shit developed.
But we don't need to go that far, Savior. We already know.
No, we don't. You were assuming.
We know. But it's just some other people that's confused that's assuming.
No, you're confused.
But here, we got to give them the full thing, right? So
yeah, go ahead, man.
When we go back, and like I said, like I just read earlier today, what they said concerning, when we go back and cats start to throw DNA around, and they get the DNA wrong, then we have to go to the rock art on the wall, right? Because there's depictions before Egypt started of who was there at that time. So when I showed the rock art on the wall, when Saber Reggie started to break down the cave of swimmers, when Smash went into the other cave, which we was discussing after we had discussed the battlefield Stella, you seeing black folk on the wall. Now we can say, well, we can't just say the term black, so we're not trying to take it out of the context. They're black people, according to how we see ethnicity today. Are there different cultures? What does culture mean? Culture means that you conduct yourself in society a different way than another.
Let me stop you right there, because you just said something, and I just introduced the term, and you said they're black based on how we see ethnicity today.
Yes.
But how did they see ethnicity then?
The same way.
Hold up.
The same way.
No, you cannot force that application there. And that's
we're going by their standards and what the Greeks
same thing the social constructionists do. That's the same
they
thing.
Created the social construct. You cannot go against what they said.
This is the problem. This is why these conversations always wind up like this. Because
you can't run from your own explanation. You just said very briefly that we have to go by what they say. They said it. The Greeks said it.
Not only did the Greeks say it, the Egyptians said it. Not only did the Egyptians and the Greeks said it, the Persians said it.
Right.
Who else do you need to say it in their time frame to be on the same page?
Yo, Rob, chill out. Nobody needs to jump in this. Just chill
But they
out.
did say, oh, okay, you don't.
I don't need no cheerleaders.
I ain't cheering for you, God. You got me fucked up.
I agree with everything that he's saying.
Absolutely,
chill out.
family. Go ahead.
Let the conversation move forward. So
we is moving it forward, G. We talking about the encyclopedia, the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt.
Don't get
don't worry about it.
Don't get stuck in a position, Sabio. It's very simple. On the walls, they depicted themselves a certain way. They depicted other cultures
to the last thing you said. Don't move, please.
We ain't moved nowhere. We need you to move forward to catch up.
God.
Damn.
Yeah, we saying damn too, because we need you to catch up, brother. You saying
it's like you've been gone somewhere and you.
Yo. I've been doing other readings that y'all haven't read, and this is what's making me slow you guys down. So can y'all please slow down? We're at a point.
Too slow.
I'm trying to get you to understand that how we see ethnicity and race cannot be the same as those ancients saw ethnicity and race. Why?
Who claiming that though?
Yo, and this
didn't we just explain this to him? Didn't we just say the Greeks made statements concerning? Didn't we just say the Persians made statements? Didn't we say the Egyptians made statements concerning? Say the yo, catch up. They said it. We didn't. We're not putting our social construct on them. What they said is what we're going by. I need you to catch up. Do you need us to go get their statements concerning?
No, I don't. And this is what I'm saying also.
He said no, he don't, but he want to answer. That's crazy.
So again,
got your answer. You're not making sense now.
So again, this is why, because you're so stuck. And I totally agree that we have to go by what they were saying. So these were ethnocentric societies. Can we agree with that?
What I just said and try to act like
hold on. So if they were ethnocentric, watch this. Because ethnocentric does not necessarily mean race.
We didn't say it, dude. We didn't say it, dude.
We said that they ethnically describe themselves.
Because now what you're doing is trying to take the current term and put it on how they.
It's like introducing
that either. That's you moving the social construct.
Now I'm finna go get the source where I got this. I'm finna go get the scholarly source where I got this.
Hold on, this is what you're doing.
Let me say, yo, did you hear us read that?
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time.
You go get your scholar. I'm gonna go get an eyewitness.
And we're gonna get the encyclopedia.
Sabio. Did he go on Sabio?
They mad at that.
Did he just hear you just read the whole couple paragraphs of that book? You know what I'm saying? He must not have heard you read that, because whenever you read that, they took out the term race. They said it's not proper to even use the term race, but we can use proportions, phenotype, and culture to describe it of how these people looked at themselves, and that's how they describe themselves.
And Klein, like Brother Reggie.
So for him to interject race is just improper. Nobody else is interjecting race. He brought that in here. No, we ain't been talking about race. We just been talking about the terms and that they equate today. So he's interjecting the word race. We ain't been talking about race the whole time.
Exactly. And we can use Kleins, like Brother Reggie been saying, Kleins that deal with physical descriptions and deal with yeah, there you go, God.
Where is this at? Is this the right source?
Hey, there,
I was saying, it seemed like you kind of been missing. You wasn't here.
Physiognomy of the Egyptians. So it was argued that they were not Negroes. Herodotus then said, come on, man. Just
what's good?
Text on ancient Egyptians.
Now they're Negro. You see?
That's what I'm reading that from Harvard.
No, you see, this is
I'm reading that from Harvard.
This is the problem.
From Harvard. Let me say the hard part. That's Harvard.
Yo, you see, I'm not playing we're not going to play
words. You're not playing at all, because you're not catching up to what we said already. You're saying something we've already covered.
What we're not about to do is play word game.
Correct. So stop
Harvard
trying
ain't
to go back
bullshit.
and forth on the word we've already covered.
So again,
you're done with that.
if we're
What do
looking
you have
at
new to
them,
add
if
to
we're
it?
looking at them as an ethnocentric
Bro said Harvard
society,
playing
Now,
games.
we're looking at them how they
Watch
said
this.
it. We're skipping
Watch
said
past
Harvard
that.
Watch
playing
this.
That's
games.
dead. We're not going to let you do that today.
Watch this.
So
if
go
we're
ahead.
looking at them as an ethnocentric society,
What has
anybody
happened?
that was in that culture could have been called Egyptian because they
So
did
what?
what? They
What was the
participated
majority of
in
the
the
culture? Anybody could have
culture.
been called the Greek. Your point?
Bingo. Because of what?
But that's
The
not true though,
Because of
Savior.
nationality. Because
Yeah,
that's the
But
nation
let-
that you're from.
culture.
Now, the question
Now,
was, were
now,
the ancient Egyptians black?
now, watch this.
So we can
Now
say
watch
black
this.
No,
people were
I'm
nobody.
part
going
of
to
that
show y'all how they.
ethnicity too,
I'm
correct?
going to show y'all how they.
Savior, that's not a true statement.
The
Not
way they start
everybody
Let
can
us
making
call
deal with it.
themselves
So if a
Egyptian.
black person was
Smash
born there,
already
they would
read it.
also
That says
fall into that
attestation.
category, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they?
Talk over me.
Yeah. So, but if we got
Go
black
ahead.
people that
Go
are
ahead.
Yo,
black,
one at a time. We can't. I can't hear
what are
nobody.
you arguing
What
about?
nobody is saying.
I'm not
This
arguing
man
about
sound
it.
like American Dream, bro. Sabio done turned to American Dream.
No,
Hold on, I can't hear nobody, so I guess I'm gonna have to mute everybody, and I guess y'all come out one at a time if that's possible. But please try to keep it at one at a time. Can y'all unmute? Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, he made a
Does
false
somebody
statement
go one
as
at a
far
time, or
as
either?
let me
Go
let me
ahead,
respond to
American
what he
Sabio.
said, because he was saying that anybody can identify as Egyptian that lived there. But that's not true, because I heard Smash read the attestation and say the person who Egyptian is one who drinks out the now and pay taxes to the Pharaoh. So that's not anybody. And I just want to throw that in there.
I just want to say black people live there, so they can call themselves Egyptians. So we got black Egyptians. Can you refute that?
That's what they've been doing all the
You see,
time.
that's it. Y'all think I'm trying to refute anything. I'm not.
No. So why would you be trying to argue that point?
Why? If you slow down, I will explain it.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, okay. Let's see if Sabio can explain what he's trying to say. Go ahead, Sabio.
Basically, what and it is not what I'm trying to say, is what I'm saying. That these racist ideas of race started developing once they started putting the characteristics on certain people in certain lands.
Okay, stop right there. Who
hold up, don't stop.
No. Who did this? Who did it?
Stop.
When?
People.
When?
PEOP.
When?
Different time.
LE.
When? What time?
Different time frame. You can say from the
You
third
just qualified for
century.
people wrong anyway.
You can start saying from the 3rd century forward, when literature and things started getting prolific and writings and things started being proliferated, when they started using papyrus.
He freestyling
you can
now.
follow this through the literature.
but what does this have to do with what we talking about now?
I'm showing
Nothing. Bobby Banger sent him over here as a double agent, G. This man sounds just like Bobby Banger.
That is how you sounded.
Whoever
you
thinks
sounded
I
kind of
got this in Bobby
right
Banger, you don't read the shit that I read.
No,
it don't got nothing to do with you.
And second of all, watch this. If y'all agreed that they were ethnocentric societies at one point, everything that I'm saying will follow and make sense. But y'all don't want to see it because y'all have this ideology that I'm against y'all. I agree with everything that y'all saying.
It don't sound
like I'm going to tell you what it is. You want us to use this new word that you done found.
No, I don't. I want y'all
like
to
that's what you got going on. You've been pushing
I want y'all to start looking into it and start actually understanding what it means.
I'm pushing
we got it. Okay, word, we got it.
Can I respond to anything that you said, though, Sabio? Do you mind? So here's the deal. Here's the deal. We agreed that it could be ethnocentric. And you already said your ethnicity don't necessarily correspond with race, but still you interjecting race into the conversation because ethnocentric don't have nothing to do with race.
Now watch. I'm going to show you why and how they started equating it with race. If you want to learn, I can show you this very quickly.
Show us in the text. Okay. But hold on. So okay, so let's say you do show that, but do you agree that race is not scientific and you can't talk about groups of people according to race? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Then what's the point? I don't understand your point then. If you equate race with ethnicity, that's invalid because you cannot talk about race as a group of people like you can with ethnicity.
No, you can't. But see, once you construct these ideas of people having certain characteristics based off of their ethnicity and their land and their practices, eating practices, drinking practices, proximity, then you can start doing what? Constructing the isms that go along with race.
That's beautiful, Sabio.
But
okay,
see,
what you
you're
got?
too slow to understand the construction. So you think I'm arguing against y'all. I'm not. I'm showing you how through the development of literature and beliefs and practices and cultures, things change. And
you trying to tell us how racism started? That's what you want to edify us on? How it started and why it started? And go ahead, Sabio. We listening.
If y'all understand what I'm saying, then everything that we're talking about comes down to words. And how we want and how humans apply them to describe people.
Yeah, I think that I think that Sabio is correct.
I get that.
I think that what you learn in college in political science and even in Black studies, you learn the development of these terms, and so you have concepts of feudalism. You have things like called modes of production. Then you have, and those modes of production have a lot to do with kind of like the subsections of this. And then you have these big terms of feudalism, mercantilism, capitalism, right? And then you have these terms like Calvinism, Protestantism, right? Then ultimately you get into concepts of racism. Racism comes later. Racism stands up on top of a lot of these isms that Sabio was talking about, but there's a development to it. So yes, ethnocentrism, right, is a ism, right? It occurred in the Roman world, right? It occurred in the Greek and Assyrian world, right? The Greek world, right? And we have to understand the differences between them. Some of these groups did not necessarily practice racism, but they practiced ethnocentrism, right? They would include other groups of people in their empire, but not necessarily will they lead those, or their families would be major movers of these growing empires. Racism is the last of the major isms. There's of course socialism, and there's capitalism that begets socialism, that beget communism, right? And then there's hybrids in between. So political scientists, largely political scientists, sometimes economics, people who study economics, study the different ways in which these things actually affect. But Sabio is correct by giving you these terms, but racism is something more recent, because it came you see it in the Arab world, where Islam embraced a certain type of racism, where the Black people were the Zinj, right? And that they couldn't be in Jannah, right? And they embraced that, and they taught that to Spain and Portugal. And then Spain and Portugal began benefiting from the trans-Saharan slave trade of the Islam. I'm not going to say Islamists, but I'm saying the Moorish empires, right? And then you have the emergence of later, the English and the Dutch and the French. I mean, the English and the Dutch and the French and Americans. But they benefited from chattel slavery. That's the slave trade, and so that's where we actually fit in. So now we're in the repair age, where we now have access to the scholarship that we didn't have access to. We have the fastest access to it. What we don't have is a whole generation of people who can understand this and understand this with power. What we do have is now where we're having YouTube, where YouTube is monetized by YouTube itself, and they pay channel hosters, and then there's this thing called Cash App. So we have people shilling information. Basically, they are putting up their virtual sheets and putting objects on the sheets, and that they're selling it. They're not most of the time the creators of the information, nor are they actually related to the information, but they know that the information sells. So now information is being sold. So I think that's going to be the end of my chit chat, just to support Sabia, who actually is one of the, I listen to, he's one of the most well-read people, and he's bringing you an aspect, because he doesn't know Egypt. He doesn't know. That's not his area.
Can I ask you a question before you go? So yeah. is the question basically, because I might not be getting it. It's saying that the way that the Egyptians looked at themselves is kind of like proto-racism. Am I basically getting it? Is that it?
Well, see, in a sense, because remember, these are all developing concepts. So the Egyptians, the way they ran the state is that you had to love what the king loves, right? You had to believe, and the king loves their principles and their gods, and you had to speak their language, right? And you had to respect their cultures. And so that in itself is not based on race. That's not based on different races of skin color. That's based on ethnicity, right?
Which is partly culture.
Right, culture and defense of their state. So they drew borders.
Let me say this, Rich. I think because he's making to me, it's a false equivalent to say ethnicity and race they equate. Now it's similar, and
they don't equate. They don't equate. They don't equate, but there can be, in an analysis, some constructs that seem similar. But when you talk about racism, you're excluding a group of people solely because of the skin color, the color of their skin. That becomes largely racism, right? When, for example, there's another term, anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, they're not excluding them because of the race. They're excluding them because they're villainizing people based on their belief, their religious particular belief. But racism is something that people want to soften these days. They want to soften it. They want to make like it doesn't occur, or it's weak. It's a very strong part of American system. Racism is in government. Racism is in law. Racism is in politics. Racism is in housing. Racism is as American as in America as apple pie in the United States. But we have groups of people now that want to conflate, and that's what I'm talking about. Don't talk to me, pseudo killers, if none of you have a degree in this area, right? And a degree in any of these social sciences, right? Don't talk to me if you don't have a degree in it and you can't apply it. I'm lowballing you. I'm lowballing you. When I was in college, when I graduated from college in '88, y'all was doing something else, right? For the rest of my life, I was working with some of the best professors. Call them blackologists. If you want, call Dr. Clark a blackologist. Call Dr. Ben a blackologist. Call Dr. Leonard Jeffries a blackologist, if you dare. But these PhDs and these people with similar education, close to PhDs, strengthen our knowledge of our people. You did nothing, right? You in your lives, PK, you may have jobs, hustles, right? But when they was fighting white supremacy and talking in these departments of Black studies and etc., to white folks and arguing, you wasn't there. You wasn't at UNESCO. You was doing something else. It's not your lane, right? You don't know the professors involved, right? Fortunately for me, unfortunately for you, I do. Now, so if you want to mix your education with me, let's do this. Now, for the rest of us who are learning, listen, let's just use the tools. So I'll stop.
The problem is we don't disagree with Sabio and his definitions of ethnicity. We don't disagree with his definition. The problem is he came on with a faulty premise, accusing us of conflating race and ethnicity and alluding to the fact that that we're not privy to what a modern construct is and how that's not associated with ancient Egypt. You can't come and throw that coat on us, G. That ain't what we doing.
Maybe he was talking about this. Hold up.
He
just accused me.
Got a problem.
He might have been talking about them though, Robert.
No, just accused me.
Got a problem.
Chill out.
The social constructs being utilized.
Everybody,
you got to take that up with the German Institute of Archaeology.
Punch him in the head.
You got to take that up with
finish your idiotic
Oxford.
statement.
That's what I'm doing.
Come on.
You got to take
I
that
thought
up.
you was finished before everybody jumped in.
Go ahead, thought wrong. You got to take that up with the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. You got to take that up with the German Institute of Archaeology. You got to take that up with Sally Ann Ashton, PhD Egyptologist. You cannot take that up with this divine panel. I don't disagree with you and your definitions of said terms, but don't come throwing jackets on us, G. You need to holler at them PhDs.
Well, not only that. Can you please, Asar? Can you please chill?
Go ahead. I'll let you go first. I'm going there.
Now, but wait, can you chill? Because first off,
I'm chilling. But remember how you
hold up. No, chill for a minute. Chill. Because chill because I'm going to go over the first thing I did. The first thing I did was I asked questions. Yep. I did not accuse no one of nothing.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
No one. What I said was people are forcing this modern day construct.
Before
that's
that,
exactly what I said.
And that's what I said. I don't think he's talking about us. He's just using the general term.
No, I was not talking about me.
He was talking about us directly.
If I was talking about anyone on this panel, Robert, watch this.
This is why
watch this. Don't interrupt me. Robert, don't interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you.
But that's what you said.
I did not interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
I did not interrupt
you. One at a time, man. Hold on. I'm going to have to mute somebody. If y'all don't respect each other and talk one at a time, bro.
That's right.
Let's just do that. I'm speaking and he interrupted me.
Okay, so one at a time. I don't care who go first, but whoever starts speaking.
Real quick.
So what I said was people. Now, if I was calling anyone out on this panel, everyone up here should know I will call you out by your name. I'm not ducking no smoke from no one.
Man.
No one.
Play the tape back.
Hold on, bro.
So I said people. And
you sat there and challenged the General Sarm Koff for 10 minutes straight.
Interrupted me again.
Go ahead. Just keep. Go ahead.
So when I made that statement,
I was talking about people having this conversation. Because what do? We take our current frame of thought and we apply it to most of the things that we encounter. And I was trying to center it for me so I can get a better understanding with the things that I read. As Reggie was saying, I don't know Kemet like that. So I have to learn from the people who teaches on Kemet. And
so you didn't say this is where y'all messed that up, and that's not what you said. This is where y'all messing up at.
No, Rob, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that, but let him finish. Let our brother finish. Go ahead, Sabio. Sabio, you done? Okay. So I agree with
again,
you.
I wasn't finished. I got interrupted.
Go ahead.
So I'm done. I'm almost done after this last statement. So for me to get a better understanding of the literature, I have to listen to people who know these things, and then I have to read books to help me get a better understanding of the things everyone is talking about. And that's what made me bring up the term ethnocentrism, because that's how these societies were based. They were based off the culture and the practices that they were around. So if you lived in a society for 40 years, then you were Greek, even though you were black. You was a black Greek.
So when you first came on, you asked if the societies were ethnocentric.
Yes.
I said yes. Then we went on and we kept discussing it. And you asked me, you said, are we putting our social construct on it? Or are we using their social construct?
Mm-hmm.
I said, based off of what I said earlier, which is what the scientists said, they gave a scientific this, that, the other. Basically, they were based off of hair, skin tone, and the deep melanin dosage, who they can say they were. We just have to be careful with the terms because of the Homo sapien, the human factor in this, that basically you could say they were black. Then I said, I'm not putting that on them. They are putting that on themselves. And the words that they use, they do it. I said the Greeks do it, the Persians do it,
and I agree with
and
that.
the Africans do it.
And I agree with that.
Wait. When you read the definition, you agree with it, but when I said it,
I agree with it before.
Hold up, yo, family.
This is
why Robert. This is why
this.
Commander Robert felt a certain way, because when you
everybody
said it,
up here
hold
knows
up, family.
that I've
I
been
didn't
agreeing
interrupt
with
you. I fought for you to
meaning
get
black.
your time. So hold tight while I finish. Right? When you said it, you said, "See, you're messing it up. You're putting your social construct." You didn't say them or we. You said you, talking about me. You said you're putting your social construct on them, and you're saying this. I said, no, we're talking about their actual words. And then I said, you said, I'll go get some scholars definitions. I said, you do that. I'm gonna go get actual eyewitness definitions of what they said. I said, I'm gonna get Herodotus, right?
I was talking about ethnocentrism.
Right. So this is why we stopped you. I said, don't say that, because you're probably going to say the same thing that we're saying. And
watch
you are.
this. So watch this. This is where we got confused at. Because I don't think I've ever came up here once and refuted or tried to say that they didn't ever call themselves black.
Generally not. Nope.
Ever. So for that to think, for anyone to think that's what I was saying,
that's beautiful.
If anyone to think that I was ever saying that, that's a misconception of everything that I'm saying.
That's not what a sergeant said, bro.
Oh, hold up. Hold up. What a sergeant is saying is that I disagree with the literature. No,
I'm saying that you told me
that
you told us.
Let him say it again, Sabio.
And that's why I said you're wrong in how you said that. You're going to sit up here and read this definition. And in fact, when you was reading, I said, now I know you ain't about to say the same thing I just said and try to act like you said, brought clarification to it. But you went and you described ethnocentric and ethnicity, and you said the same thing I was saying. That's why I said don't disagree with what I'm saying. We already know you think the same way because you've been on the panel with us several times saying the same thing. So don't say no.
I wasn't That's the
You
problem.
absolutely disagree
Somebody
with me.
thought I was disagreeing with you. No, I was trying to clarify my position, how I came to my conclusion.
Well, I'm just saying, Sabio, you did actually say that. So let's just move on, man, because you kind of bogged us down with
he always
something that
do
wasn't
that,
even
bro.
an argument.
That's how he get down. He always come in like, y'all stop. No, you're messing it up. No. Then he said, oh, but I was agreeing with y'all. Bro, you always
exactly on mamas. On everything.
All right, so let's
can I ask a question? What's crazy is now
that's
that y'all better understand the definition, y'all could attack me because y'all thought that I was attacking
We're not trying
y'all.
to attack you, brother.
We all agree with you, Sabio.
It was help y'all understand through the literature that I read because
we was
y'all
messing
read
it up.
different literature.
We was wrong.
Yo,
we can't do that.
You was
That's what you was saying at first. That's on tape.
Again.
Man, y'all on here talking in circles, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to get us past Sabio, but Sabio.
Hey, what's up, Asar? This is Ted, man. They on here talking in circles,
is that the one who helped me start this session? Where our brother Ujal?
What's happening, man? What's happening?
Let's get it, man. It's time.
Y'all on here talking in circles, man.
We're actually, I'm hoping they understand fully how these cultures operating.
I wish you come on just like that, man. With information.
You came on trying to equate ethnicity with race, which is all wrong.
I didn't equate ethnicity.
Do that, James.
Whoever said I did that is totally wrong.
Do that.
I showed them how they separated them.
Can't use the construct in modern times. And like, nigga.
We can't.
And that's
exactly, and I'm standing on that. We cannot use the construct of modern times. We can't.
We ain't doing the shit, bro. Take it up with the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt.
Now,
what you got with Joe?
Modern construction of race.
Well, you take it up with them. They PhDs.
So if that's what you're doing, then you're wrong.
No, see, there you go. That's what you're doing. I don't go to Oxford. Ain't got nothing to do with Oxford,
If that's what you're doing, then again, you're wrong.
What you mean, me? Didn't you just hear me, G? I got nothing to do with the founding of Oxford University. You take it up
Reggie
with the
just laid it down to you
at Oxford.
Precisely as I laid it down. For some reason,
you take it up with the German Institute of Archaeology. That's not us, bro.
I hear you. They did not see race.
Man, the German Institute of Archaeology.
I mean, this is a lot of the stuff I'd be disappointed in what we argue about because, like, we doing a lot of arguing about some stuff. I mean, this is really just crazy to me because you got to think about it. Before all of this so-called, I guess before people picked up a book, we didn't have a problem with understanding what black was right here in America. We range from a color from light skin to dark, but we know phenotypically what we look like when we see each other. Yeah. Then you got some people that can pass, meaning that they're on the spectrum of maybe not being black. We know what this stuff looks like. So I don't understand like why all of a sudden we confused as to where you got to be the blackest of the blackest to be black. Right. We ain't never said nothing. Like we ain't never had this confusion until now. Like how you gonna get grown and get confused?
So after the 90s into the 2000s, this is why I say this is why me and Sanetter had the conversation because to us it looks a lot different.
Somebody needs to mute their background.
Yeah, mute your YouTube.
Until now, like, who is that, suntan or is that
suntan?
American Dream?
I'm right here.
Somebody got
mute your YouTube, suntan.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you good. Let Dream get in.
I'm about to. I think that's me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but go ahead, Asar.
Dream, you was saying something. You was going to say something.
Yes, sir. Yeah, blessings. Is this Asar? That's Asar?
Yeah, Asar still got his background going.
No, yeah. I'm in the
suntan. Yeah, suntan. I don't know. Maybe it may stop. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, American Dream.
My bad.
Yeah, thanks. Peace to everyone. Asar, you said that all of the dynasties up to the 25th you consider to be black. So if you can just explain, because that's kind of why I came in. So why was just the 25th dynasty referred to as the Black Pharaohs?
They referred to just the 25th dynasty as the Black Nasubites because they basically were saying ancient Egypt was white at the time. After they did further study, they found out that's not the case. Remember, when it first came out, when the 18th and 19th dynasty, where the most afros are showing, all of a sudden they had a problem classifying them as well. But they still didn't want to call Akhenaten black, though. If you ever seen his sarcophagus, it's got the afro up top with the cobra Necharet on the head and all that stuff. Amenhotep III, his daddy, and his wife, obviously Queen Tia, you know what they look like. So it comes to a point where we start to say, you want to go get it? Go get it, baby. It comes to a point where we have to start saying stuff like, so what do you consider to be black? And if anybody, when we ask that question, since
Asar,
yeah.
Who, I want to ask this to the brother American Dream. Who coined the 25th dynasty, the Black Dynasty? Who was it?
That's a question for me.
Yes.
Yeah, interestingly enough, because I've seen it like whenever I go on to there are books written about it. There's a book called The Black Pharaohs.
Just pause right
If you
there.
go-
Pause right there,
Sure,
brother.
let me,
Who's the
if
author?
I could just finish. I don't remember the name of the author off the top of my head. But the idea, I don't think anyone on the panel is new to the idea that the 25th dynasty was called the Black Pharaohs. And the reason I'm kind of interested is in terms of who called them that. If you remember, I think it was and Asar can correct me. I think it was the Assyrians that displaced the 25th dynasty?
No, it was not.
It's actually
It
Ethiopian
was not.
after that. Brugish says that in his book.
Hold on.
These are Europeans. These are Europeans that saying this, brother. Like these ain't the people. Assyrians won't say that.
No. What I'm saying is, it was the Assyrians that that invaded Egypt and kicked out the 25th dynasty. It was
but they wouldn't call them the Black Dynasty. These are modern terms, modern constructs.
If I could just finish.
Go ahead, brother.
Even Ashurnapal, the Assyrian king, said that he's quoted as saying that he expelled all the Ethiopians from Egypt.
Well, you got to think about this, brother. Who was the 25th dynasty was ruled by people down there in that region.
By the Nubians. These were Nubian kings. The 25th dynasty.
So that would be correct.
Right. So the 25th dynasty was the time when the Nubians ruled Egypt. They actually found a time in Egypt when Egypt was fairly weak, and they invaded Egypt and conquered Egypt and actually spread the Egyptian state further up north.
I would say
if I could just finish.
Let him finish.
Because I'm gonna answer your question because you asked a question, and so do you want the answer to your question? It started off as being the Nubian pharaohs, and then it turned out I think an author named Martin called it. I'll tell you his name right now. Wrote a recent book called Robert Marcotte called it the Black Pharaohs, Egypt's Nubian rulers, right? But prior to that, it was called the Nubian pharaohs. The Nubian pharaohs was probably the longest run concept that actually led up to that, where they could specifically show definitely a group of Cushites, right, or going further from Cushites, a whole family. And so Bruce Williams and others in the 80s uncovered a whole cache of artifacts of this family of rulers, and so they nicknamed it the Black Pharaohs. But they had been using the Nubian pharaohs. So
that's
now
right.
I answered that. So now what is the point? Because now we
right. So if I may,
you
what
could
I'm
go to
saying is I don't
Wikipedia
think
and you could look up. You could go to Wikipedia. Everybody can go to Wikipedia, right? And look the 25th dynasty of Egypt. If you look up the 25th dynasty of Egypt, then you will find the answer to that. Okay, so go ahead, American Dream.
Right. So how would you explain, like I said, where the Assyrian king Ashurnapal, he if I'm saying his name right, he actually said that he expelled the Ethiopians when he was referring to that Nubian dynasty that they conquered. He said they expelled the Ethiopians, and the article actually went on to say that they put in local Egyptians in their place. So it was making a clear distinction between the Ethiopians that ruled in the 25th dynasty, and the local Egyptians. And so it was just interesting to me.
Yeah,
brother. All you got to do
I'm
is look
sorry?
at. If you see people, if you look at Egypt and where the center of the city was, and the people that's ruling it is further south. I'm gonna say further south. We know it's north because the way they was looking at it, but it's further south if we're looking at a map today.
Well, sure, I get that. I'm not.
Yeah, but I wanna come back to a thing. So what is the term? Stop, American Dream. The word Ethiopian wasn't constructed at that time.
It wasn't.
What is the word? So what is the word that the Assyrian king called them? So let's just Shinapal, I think, or Shinasirapal. Right. What was his? What did he say? Because you said something, so you said expel the Ethiopian kings.
I can
use that word, right?
Can you Google right now?
No, you said it. I'm not doing any work for you.
Right. So it's if you Google just the history of the kingdom of Kush, in the Wikipedia article where it speaks about the expelling of the 25th dynasty, they found a stele with where Ashurnapal, the Assyrian king, where he's quoted as saying that he expelled he deported all of the Ethiopians, all of the Ethiopians.
He couldn't use that word because that word wasn't alive then, was it?
Well, no, I'm telling you that's the word he used.
No, that's the word that they wrote. What's the word that? That's the word.
I'm just telling you the word that. Well, that's the word that they wrote. And.
But I'm telling you, let's just do the math. Just do the math. Ethiopia is a Greek term. Was that word before the was the group that we're talking about, right? The Assyrians.
Well, the 25th dynasty. The 25th dynasty is during which year, Reggie? You would know better than me. Is that
no? Because I think I already made the point that it's 744 BC to 656 BC, right? So at this particular period, right now, would they use their own word or Ethiopian? I'm just trying to figure out what word did they use.
I can only tell you the word that was written in the article.
You don't understand that you already been checkmated. Just stop it, American. He's saying that based on the chronology of the language, the Romans or the Greeks had not even been there yet. So they couldn't have been calling themselves Ethiopian. Do you understand that? It's that simple.
I understand what Reggie is saying. I get that.
Okay, so bam,
but
it's over.
That doesn't defeat the point that I'm saying, that it said Ashurnapal expelled all. Now, whether they put a different word in there, a different word for Ethiopians, whether they change it from Nubian to Ethiopian or whatever, the point still stands.
So hold on. Do you know the word that the Assyrians used at the time? Do you know that word? That's what Reggie's asking.
Did I go and look and
This
do the
dude,
translation
do you know?
myself?
Yeah, that's
No, I'm just going off of the translation that was in Wikipedia.
Well, then
It said they deported
sufficient.
all
That's
of the
not sufficient
Ethiopians.
enough, is what he's telling you. And it's
I
bad
understand.
scholarship.
Wait, hold on.
It's bad
Is
scholarship
this
when
James?
you know from a chronological perspective that they wouldn't have even used that term.
Is this
so
James?
Stop it. That's all he's
James,
saying. I mean, come on.
James, I understand what Reggie said. You don't have to come and translate.
But damn, you act like you don't understand, so I'm trying to simplify. But go ahead.
No, I think you don't understand that I understand. But the point still stands. The point still stands. The question is, why did they call themselves the Black Pharaoh? And what I'm suggesting is that it wasn't just this new thing where since recent times where they started doing this,
brother,
because
please,
even the Assyrians referred to them as non-Egyptians.
You gonna talk the whole time, or you ain't gonna take no questions on what you saying?
I haven't been talking the whole time. I've been getting cut off more than I've been speaking. Like you just cut me off.
Brother, listen, you've been talking the whole time, and I stopped cutting you off, but you ain't gonna let me talk.
Really?
You said they refer themselves as the Black Pharaohs. Is that what you just said?
No, I said we all know that the 25th dynasty is referred to as the Black Pharaohs.
Now I asked you, Satepa Ra Mariam and me, who coined that term?
I don't know who coined the term, but Reggie just read off a bunch of books, I believe, that mentioned it. And what I'm suggesting is that Ashurnapal also suggested it when he said he deported all the Ethiopians. And what y'all are saying is he couldn't have used the word Ethiopians. And I'm like, maybe y'all are right. I don't know. Y'all got to take that up with Wikipedia. But he was making the distinction. And he said he deported, what the article said was that he deported all the Ethiopians and put local Egyptians in control. And then and it was Taharka, and they actually kicked them out of Egypt, and that's how the Kingdom of Kush was created. They kicked the 25th dynasty all the way down south, and that's how and that 25th dynasty started the Kingdom of Kush further south in Nubia.
All right, can I speak?
Sure.
All right, so it seems like the conscious community, and I'm saying this, done deduced to you make a claim, and when you make a claim, the burden of proof is on you, but then you shift the blame on the person that you're questioning it to and say you have to take it up with X, Y, and Z. You made the claim. Why do I have to take it up with them? Wikipedia. Why do I have to take it up with Wikipedia when you made the claim?
So do you want me to show you the source that said he deported all Ethiopians? Is
No.
What
I want you to do is, before you present a source, do the due diligence in checking the source. Check to see if the Assyrians used the word Ethiopian, and then have enough knowledge to know when the Assyrians existed, the word Ethiopia didn't exist. So I need to find out what word did they use, not what they translated to, whoever they is.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I guess the reason that I didn't,
brother.
Go ahead.
Now you cut me off.
No, go ahead.
That's proper scholarship, right? When you present a claim, make sure you have all the facts. Don't present a claim and then tell me to take it up with your.
I got you. You're just repeating yourself now. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll wind up looking like Mr. M.
Just to answer what you said, the reason I just took it as granted is because they refer to the 25th dynasty as the Black Pharaohs. So when I read that it was quoted that Ashurnapal deported all the Ethiopians, I just took it as granted. I didn't feel like I had to go look up.
Okay, well, there we got it. Okay, let's move on.
I get that they were talking about the black people or the Nubians.
Okay, you made a mistake. We got it. Okay, word.
Don't do that.
I didn't make a mistake. No.
Yes, you did.
What was the mistake I made?
The mistake you made was that you using a term that wasn't even in existence at the time of the.
No, I didn't use the term. I didn't use the term. You're saying Wikipedia made the claim.
Your source used the term that wasn't in existence at the time of this. So okay, so bam. So we already figured that out. Let's move on.
Let me tell him what his mistake was. His mistake
I'm out, man. Y'all kings,
evidence.
Do y'all thing, man. Y'all reign supreme, man. Peace to the panel, man. The great Magi, honorable Smash Rockwell. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the vizier, brother Reggie, the divine one.
You got a psalm called the Great Divine King General. Then you got Pan-African James. You know what I'm saying? Peace to you, great king. Peace to due diligence, the almighty God. Peace to the rest of the gods on the panel. I didn't check and to see who all in the participate, but peace to all y'all great divine black gods. And man, we'll catch y'all next time.
All right, peace, brother Rob.
Commander has spoken.
Peace, Rob.
So let me ask you a question, my brother American Dream, real quick. If we've got black pharaohs in the 25th dynasty, is it fair to say that there were blacks in ancient Egypt?
Absolutely, especially during the 25th dynasty. During the 25th dynasty, when the Nubians conquered, a lot of Nubians migrated into Egypt, and that's possibly why you find a lot of the stuff that you find in tombs of Black Egyptians. It's likely that most of that stuff took place during that time. And even before that time, and even before that time, it's like no one says there weren't any black people in Egypt. There were black people in Egypt. The kingdom of Kush, was very Egyptian-like. The kingdom of Kush. The Egyptians actually, well, not all of them, because a lot of them turned on.
This your whole assertion is
managing.
That whole orientation is backwards.
I'm trying to find what his point is. What is the point, though?
What his point is, he wants to reverse history.
My point is, here's my point. My point is, how is all of Egypt black according to Asar from all the way up to the 25th dynasty? They're all black, but it's only the 25th dynasty that's referred to as the Black Pharaohs. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense.
You have to use common sense.
How y'all keep getting caught up on this true Negro fallacy. Like you from Jamaica, bro. Like, everybody don't look like Wesley Snipes.
Tell them, Zutito.
Are you telling that to me or
black is
anybody really? Like,
yeah, we could. Being
black
confused
has
about
dimensions.
what black is right this point.
So what's the point? So what's your point? I'm not sure.
I want to know what your point was.
So my point is, there shouldn't be a problem saying that there's black Egyptians, because for the longest there was no problem saying there was white Egyptians.
I'm not saying they're black. I'm not saying there are not black Egyptians. What I'm saying is,
and that's why I'm high-fiving you today. We giving you the
what
big
I'm saying is, I don't know if I would agree that all the Egyptians up to the 25th dynasty were black. That just doesn't make sense to me, because why would only
Egyptian was black? The majority
that's what Asar said, man.
Well, the majority of the dynasties were clearly very Afrocentric, just like I just read from the scientists who said to say that they had curly hair and heavy melanation and this is you could say that they were black. They're telling you from the encyclopedias and from the dictionaries and from the scientific journals and from the research from being there. So we're not saying that every single person was black in ancient Egypt, but what we're telling you, if you want to say that Greek is white, I wouldn't disagree with you, because the majority of the inhabitants fall under that phenotype. If somebody says, no, see, Greek is actually kind of tannish, go tell one of them that they're not white. They're not
brother Reggie, hold on. Brother Reggie,
listen, where you at? If I could just respond, like if I found an article,
hold on, brother Reggie. Hold on,
can I just say something? Can I just
brother
finish
Reggie,
my
I'm
sentence?
gonna make you the host, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, peace,
If I find an article, about the ancient Greek kings, if that's what they were called, if I find, or emperors or whatever they were called, if I find an article talking about the white emperors, I would actually question whether the Greeks were white. It wouldn't make sense to me. Why would they have a whole section of white emperors talking about Greeks or Romans, but then all of them were white? It wouldn't make sense to me.
And see, this is why
this is
why we got to stop you, because the Ptolemaic period
is Europeans. And
Yeah,
the period after
man.
that is Romans. This is when you actually have Europeans or white people on the throne in ancient Egypt calling the shots. Some of them are mixed cultures still, but it's no question. They said Caesar Augustus, blah, 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 is on the throne. We read that in Metal Nature. We know he's there. We can't deny that.
And
The problem was
the Hyksos were there as well.
Exactly what
but the Hyksos,
the Hyksos are white though.
But they're not black. They're not African.
I ain't say they was.
Not under
okay,
that
but that's the
construct,
point. But
not
that's the
under that
point.
construct, they're not.
The Hyksos
Now,
were. Didn't
the word
Hittites rule at some point as well?
Now, if you start taking the word pure,
but that all works in our favor. We all know that they were mixing for a long ass time, and that's why we're telling you that being Wesley Snipes is not the only thing that qualifies you as being black.
Now, when you talk about the 25th dynasty and the Romans and shit, yeah, we qualifying them as white, what we call white people. But you talking about the Hittites and that's early, man. Like
Well, let me put it like this. All right, so I think that we are educated enough. We've been doing this for a little while.
Not everybody.
That's true. But let's take out the word black, okay? Because I'm not giving that other group any wiggle room. What did the people call themselves? What did the people of the land that we refer to as Egypt, what did they call themselves?
Teardrops of Ra.
What's that? Tamarians?
Sun folk. They call themselves Kemet.
Remet.
Let me bounce one back. What time period, Reggie? Because you know, just like I know, throughout that long time span, we both know the word Kemet didn't come around until after the 13th dynasty, right?
Earlier, but
earlier, yeah. So like, what did they call themselves before that?
Okay, so that's why I'm not going to give you the answer yet.
I know.
But the fact of the matter is, they did not call themselves black, right? We refer to them sometimes, right? When I mean sometimes, I mean there's controversy as black, but they did refer to themselves. They had names for themselves. The problem with these unscientific people is that they don't want to refer to the people what the people called themselves because they want to take out the tool of Medunecha. So they don't
know how to read it, Reggie. They don't know how to.
Right. So that's why I want you. That's why I want you all to call them on being unscientific. So we don't have to use the word black. What we have to use is the text that they refer themselves, but they don't read the text. They don't know how to verify the text. But they did call themselves Ramesh.
Exactly.
They did call themselves.
Hold on, wait a minute. That word right there. Did you hear anybody say that word, Ramesh?
What? Huh?
When everybody yelling out Tamari and all, did you hear the word Ramesh?
Ramesh is basically humans.
Yeah, nobody knows. They don't read the text.
Okay, so they did refer to themselves, but the problem is more when they began noticing their neighbors. So then they started. They called other groups people like the Tamho, the Chichinu, the Meshwesh, right, the Nehesi. So they called them largely from the lands or attributes of the lands that they were from.
Exactly.
Then but the king referred.
The Nehesi would be the Nubians, right?
Oh my gosh!
It would be. It is a term that would be those that are on their southern borders. Those groups of people, right? And there were different groups of Nehesi. It wasn't one group of Nehesi. There were several.
The Ethiopians could be considered Nehesi, I would think, too.
They may be considered
They consider themselves. They didn't consider themselves that.
They may consider they would have considered themselves Puntites, right?
And the punk.
Huh? Say what?
No, that's me, Reggie. I was just saying the land of punk.
Right, the Puntites. That grouping of people.
What were the 4 races though, Reggie? Why not? Why wouldn't they just consider themselves based on what they had with the 4 races? What was it? The Ramech, the Tehemu, the Amu, and the other
because
one.
there were more than
Riz
9 bows. Because there were more.
I'm not talking about the 9 bows. I'm talking about the 4 races that they spoke
Right, but
about in the
you
Book
are
of
making
Gates.
that
4 nations, bro. 4
yeah, but
nations.
you're actually
It
making
says
that.
4. It says 4
Stop
races.
interrupting me. I mean, stop interrupting me. There's
Everybody's
more than
interrupting
one
everybody,
text.
Reggie. Relax.
You keep interrupting me.
Everybody keeps interrupting everybody. Relax.
Okay. You don't get it. I'm the host.
You're right.
Mute his ass, Reggie.
You don't get it.
There you go.
Right. So you're asking a question about why should the Egyptians refer to just one thing when they had several ways in which they had Seti, they had the Book of Gates, right? They have the 9 bowls, right? You're asking me why they didn't refer. You can't ask me that question because they have several different ways to refer to themselves. And
were they among the 9 bows? I thought they called their enemies the 9 bows. Did they list themselves among the 9 bows?
Was not always their enemy. That's what you don't understand. But see, when you read
did they
enough
list
of the
themselves amongst the 9 bows? Is what I'm
Hold on,
asking. Did
American
they
Dream. You
list
gotta let people
themselves among the
respond,
9
bro.
bows?
The table. You have a lot of questions. You actually have a lot of questions. And
it would be nice if there were some answers.
If you would shut up, bro, and let people respond and listen, you would get the answer.
I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to pull up a reference. See, the problem is we have the references. So Kai has the references. I have the references, right? So we have the references, and that's why I told you there were different ways in which they showed themselves in relationship to their neighbors. But I said to you that one way they referred to themselves was the Ramesh. Then I said when they started really noticing their neighbors, they made it a little bit more clearer as to how they actually showed themselves, right? And then so in the 11th, starting first with the pyramid text, the king called himself, he is the Saikem Sa Sit Kemet. He is the black ram born of the black sheep, right? So that is the first time that we see Kemet being referred to a person.
Brother
right?
Reggie.
You want
Brother
to
Reggie. I'm sorry, Brother Reggie. This is Tepper. I just want to know which pyramid text you on. Is you on Pepe the second?
No, I don't think it's Pepe the second. So let
Which
me
one you on?
tell you. I can refer to my book, but it's
okay.
my article. So if you pull up my article, I will cite it. It's not Pepe the second.
I just want to know because I know. So I just want to know which pyramid you in.
Right. It could. Well, it followed several times, but I think it could be the pyramid text of Neat. But let me just. I'll answer that in a second. I just
okay. Go ahead. No problem.
So he refers to himself as the holy ram, the sacred ram, right? Now, somewhere in the 11th dynasty, right, where Egypt is in kind of turmoil, and after the rule of Pepi II, right, Egypt is in turmoil searching for a leader. So you have in this particular period, the place name Kemet comes up, and it comes up in the instructions of Merikari, and it comes up in the eloquent peasant, of the story of the eloquent peasant. Then from that period on, there is an additional place name like the Black City or the Black Town, because it wasn't the name of the whole country at that time period, right? But people began to have personal names with the word Kim and Kemet, right? And so they themselves are calling themselves Kim and Kemet. Now there is an old kingdom person. He just called himself Sabi Kim, the Black Knife, right? But so now what I'm trying to show to you is that the people started calling themselves the personal name of Kim and Kemet, maybe even before there was a place name for Kemet. So it seemed to be a movement in the land, and it was only first Tameri was almost all of Egypt, and Kemet was just the black city or the black town. Okay, so then they started referring to themselves after this long war that they had during the post-Mentuhotep period, where
I'm sorry, Reggie.
Amenhotep and you have okay, you want to interrupt me? Why?
I just wanted to ask if there's a distinction between what they called where they lived or what they called themselves. Like, because it seems as if you're speaking about where they called the cities they lived, but like when they refer to themselves as Ramech, they weren't talking about a place they lived, correct? Ramech
doesn't. It was a term that they called themselves, and so then I thought,
right, and that's the question: what did they call themselves? Not the places they lived.
And then I thought, because I see where you're going, I said that they started calling themselves personal names with Kim and Kemet. Now, those personal names don't have anything to do with the land. It has something to do with this term Kim and what Kim means, right? So I saw where you were going. So now I met you.
And they refer to themselves as a personal Kim, as well as referring to the land as Kemet. They did that simultaneously at the same time.
Right. So what I thought I said that it seems that they started calling themselves Kim before there was a place name called Kemet, right? In the 6th dynasty, we have the rock tombs of Mir, right? And you have Pepiant Kem, and you have that family. That's before they started calling, they had a place name.
Correct.
Right.
So they called themselves Kememu before they called the land Kemet. So Kemu, description of the people, came before the land.
Exactly, Asar. And so that is the point. They started calling themselves personal names, Kim, right? Before there was a land called Kemet, so it was a people movement, right?
And you're saying, I'm sorry, Reggie, you're saying Kem was a personal name like Ramech?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Ramech is not a personal name.
Is there anyone? I'm sorry.
It's a term for the nation, for the people.
Right. Thank you, Mary Amen. I appreciate that. Right.
I'm sorry. Say, is there?
He got a book too. So Teppenra's book, I just now noticed, is how to decipher what.
Man, we ain't gonna get into that.
Y'all need that right now.
Yeah, I'm
big up, man.
Hold on.
I'm gonna set you, man. Big up.
Oh man, if we could stay focused, that would be nice. So they call themselves Kem in a personal way, the same way they call themselves Ramech in a personal way, Reggie.
I just told you,
just told you.
It's not a personal name. Why you keep saying personal?
Because Reggie said
y'all see the source I got on the screen.
Run, Batiman James, please be quiet.
Nah. Do y'all see the source on the screen? That's what I'm asking.
Man, I know what that means.
There it is. Nubian treasures reflect black influence on Egypt. That's that.
This is the New York Times. This is the New York Times article. I paid for a subscription so we can look over this data right here. This is a very interesting article that was written in 1992, right? And it really tells a lot about what we're dealing with today. So I think when y'all get done arguing and bickering or whatever's going on around here, I think we need to read this. But go ahead.
Yeah, Reggie.
Wow, that is a very good article, James. And wow, like I wish I could get a chance to read it.
I put
is
out,
there a
hold
link
up,
to it,
American
James?
Dream. If you look in
Is
the
there a link
chat,
to it?
hold up. If you look in the chat, in the back chat on this
In the
thing,
back chat.
I put these links back there so you can save them for yourself. Everybody
That's
can save
awesome.
them, and y'all
That's
can read
awesome,
it
James.
yourself.
That's awesome, James. And I hope I can ask you a question because it kind of leads right into like the other question that I had, which is you know, because the kingdom of Kerma has existed since you know, since the 2400 BC, maybe, which is not very long since Egypt started, a few hundred years after Egypt started. And you know, Kerma existed for a couple, at least 1500 years, and then after that, there was the Kingdom of Kush, and you know, recently with the new finds that they've been finding, you know, from the small research that I've done, people are saying that, you know, more attention should be paid to Kerma and Kush, and that they shouldn't be seen as just these kind of secondary states.
Okay, but
to
look at this right here,
Egypt.
American
Let me
Dream.
just finish my question, please, James. Let me just finish my question. Like, so my question to you, James, is why is Nubia, the kingdom of Nubia, the kingdom of Kerma, the kingdom of Kush, why is and these are kingdoms that we know are black. There's no question about them. And modern researchers are now saying that these are advanced civilizations as well that were in competition with Egypt, that at one point conquered Egypt even. Like, why don't we focus on those cultures that
so
we
wait,
know are black?
That's a
Why
straw
do
man, American
wait,
Dream.
can I,
You're
yeah,
in the
it's
Magi
listen.
not a
right
straw
now
man.
saying that.
It's a different question. It's not a straw man.
No,
It's a
no, but
different
the
question.
first question wasn't answered. So there you go. I'm the mod, right? So now I'm the mod. So here's the thing. First, the question he asked was, why don't the ancient Egyptians call them this, that, the third? Then he went on to using the table of what do they call the table of nations, right? And so there's an explanation for that. That's just one of the groups where they call themselves Ramesh. Then we went on to the third, about what the ancient Egyptians called themselves. So my good brother that was on the show, Setem, let me get his name, Setem Ra, accurately said that they didn't call them, they didn't make personal names of the Ramesh, and he has a book, and we need to look at that book, right? And so then we're still in a tracksuit. So now the tracksuit says we can show in the Sixth Dynasty a family calling themselves Kim. From that period on, we have hundreds of people calling themselves Kim until we have a place name. So the usage of the sacred name of Kim was, because I say sacred, because Kemet means the holy herd, right? And then they have a god around the 6th or 7th dynasty called Kim. So then there becomes a place name. So I think that we accurately here have an idea of the timeline of Kim and Kemet. And Kemetiu, we can find that in the pyramid text, right? Where we have a quote where they stand in front of the Kemeti, the chiefs of the Kemetiu, like Apis. So we know that there is some connection. The issue of them calling themselves black, right, has something that we can do as African Americans or Africans in the diaspora using American standards. But what these other groups don't want to do is deal with the fact that they called themselves Kim, which means dark. So I'll stop right there.
Let me pick it up when you drop it. Saber. So it almost hurts my feelings. You say that, American Dream, because if you watch this channel, my channel, or Saber Reggie when he's on, we've been telling you the whole time that the Nehesi are the pre-dynastic Egyptians, brother. Which means we're already giving credence to that fact. So if we're telling you that they came from this location over here, if Dr. Ben is telling you that they came from this location over here, and it was our job as the underlings, as the understudies, to prove what they said, from Asa Hilliard to Ashra Kwesi to Saber Mfudishi to Baba on down, Baba Haru on down, then when we say it, and then you have to wait for an article to come out after we've shown you on different maps, we've deciphered language for you, we've uncovered terms like Nubian to show you Nehesi was this. I went and showed you Nehesi were in Libya, and the Tibu were the people. And then we pull out the UNESCO book and they tell you a bunch of clans that are clearly African in look, concept, lifestyle, and culture, and ethnicity, as our brother Savio brought up today. Why isn't it hitting home that we've been saying this the whole time? What do you mean talk about it? We're giving you the culture. We're telling you where it came from, where it started from, who did it, when they did it, when it became this, as opposed to this. When we ask you the question, why is ancient Egypt's early name Ta-Seti, even though that's a Nehesi term, everyone, what, did everyone go deaf?
Hey, look.
Right here on the side, on the map.
Down.
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta close this down because I hear some echo, but I don't know what's going on. I gotta close this down because I gotta get up out of here. So peace to everybody. Thanks for making it a good panel. Let me see if I could get the host back. Let me see.
Hey, Smash, I can ask you a question right quick?
Yeah, what was that?
This Haskell.
What's up with it?
Hey, how comfortable do you feel speaking on I guess the business, the impasses you guys currently have in regards to the debate?
No, I don't want to speak on that right now. But I probably will at another time. But it's just because I gotta close this down, and so thank
all right, for
you.
sure.
I appreciate it, and thanks y'all for making it a good show. Peace. So I think the meeting might still be in progress.